Ysleta ISD Policy BED. This meeting is open to the public, and we invite citizens to offer comments during the designated citizen input portion of the agenda. Please note that the board will listen to all input, but is legally restricted from discussion or deliberation on the matters presented during this time. This meeting of the Board of Trustees is called to order at 6:00 p.m. We have a quorum with Trustee Chris Hernandez, with Trustee Shane Haggerty, with Trustee Connie Woodruff, with Trustee Mike Dwyer, and myself, Charlie Bustillos. Trustee Ochoa is unable to join us and is considered excused. It has become tradition to honor our nation at each of our board meetings by presenting the colors, reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, and then posting the colors. The colors tonight are being presented by Junior ROTC Color Guard, J.M. Hanks. Color Guard Commander is Cadet Colonel Yarida Castañeda. The other Color Guard members are Cadet Major Alondra Corral, Cadet Captain Leo Cervantes, Cadet Second Lieutenant Daniel Rodriguez, and Pledge Leader is Cadet Captain Chris Tarango. Will you please stand for the presentation of colors, the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance, the Texas Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence. Please remain standing until the cadets have departed.
Forward, march, left, 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 right. Column left, march. Color guard, hold. Center, face. Present, march.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now, please join me in the pledge to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Order, arm. Post. Left, 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 right. Colors. Present, arm. Order, arm. 3, 4. Left, 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 right. Color guard, hold. Center, face. Right, face. Forward, march. Left, 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 right, 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 left.
Dr. De La Torre, do we have recognitions and introductions this evening?
Good evening, President Bustillos, members of the board, and guests. We do. I invite our Chief Human Capital Management Officer, Mrs. Bobby Russell Garcia, to lead in our recognitions and introductions this evening.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. De La Torre. We have one recognition for you this evening. At this time, we ask all trustees to please come to the front of the dais. Audience members, please remain seated until all recognitions are complete. Thank you. Every January, we proudly celebrate the most dedicated volunteers in the district. our Board of Trustees. These extraordinary individuals voluntarily tackle the enormous job of governing our school district with great integrity, understanding that their actions and decisions affect the present and future lives of our students. Our trustees are committed to doing what's best for all children, working closely with parents, educational professionals, and others to create the optimal educational environment in our schools. They are true champions of public education, generously giving their time and energy to support our district. And tonight, we come together to recognize the hard work and positive impact they make every day. To show our appreciation, students from each learning community have prepared personal words of appreciation and a special gift basket on behalf of our schools for each of our trustees. We begin tonight's recognition with the Area 5 trustee for the Hanks community, Mr. Cruz Ochoa. Unfortunately, Trustee Ochoa was unable to attend tonight's meeting, but here to share a few words in his honor is Hanks High School student, Laura Pacheco. She is accompanied by Easton Lewis from Pebble Hills Elementary School and Salma Davila from Hanks Middle School.
Good evening. It is an honor to thank our Board of Trustees for your diligence in making our district the best in the region. On behalf of the Hanks feeder pattern, I would like to extend our gratitude to Mr. Ochoa for the pivotal role he has played, not only in the success of the Hanks community, but the entire district. This year, Hanks High School was awarded an A rating and earned 7 of 7 distinction designations from the state, a reflection of your leadership and support. We deeply appreciate the time, effort, and passion you've invested in our schools. Because of you, they continue to thrive every year. You have always embodied our knightly virtues of generosity and valor. We are grateful for your commitment to the education of current and future knights. As we say at the Kingdom, it's always a great day to be a knight.
Let's give another round of applause for the Knights. Next, we have our Board Vice President and Area 4 Trustee from the Eastwood area, Mr. Mike Dwyer. Would you please step forward? Representing the Eastwood Learning Community are students Isabella Martinez from Edgemere International School and Juliana Borrego from Eastwood Middle School. They are accompanied by speaker Lulu Sanchez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lulu Sanchez, and I am the proud student body president of Eastwood High School. Robert Greene Ingersoll once said, "A great man does not seek applause or place. He seeks for truth, he seeks the road to happiness, and what he ascertains, he gives to others." The Eastwood Learning Community has had the privilege of being represented by a man of great character and immense dedication to community service with our beloved trustee, Mr. Mike Dwyer. In his first term on the board, he has been behind us, providing nothing but support for our endeavors. The enormous gratitude felt by our entire feeder pattern can never be truly expressed. However, we have a small token of appreciation for him tonight. Mr. Dwyer, we appreciate everything you've done for the troopers of the past, present, and future in our community. Thank you for your service.
Let's hear it again for the troopers. Next, we have Board President and Area 1 Trustee from the Riverside area, Mr. Charlie Bustillos. Would you please step forward? Our speaker is Riverside High School student Lexi Duran, accompanied by Braylon Grace Schutzler from Riverside Middle School and Braden Casas from Riverside Elementary School.
Good evening. My name is Lexi Duran, and I am the proud Vice President of Riverside High School Student Council. I am incredibly proud to stand before you to honor our wonderful Board of Trustees, Mr. Bustillos. Your devotion to the district and your passion for education are evident in everything that you do. You consistently show up and cheer us on in football, volleyball, basketball, and other activities, wearing those signature orange sneakers that have become a Riverside staple. You even joined us at Villa del Sol Nursing Home this year to help bring joy and light to citizens who needed it the most. Your genuine care for Riverside means so much to us, and it makes you one of our strongest advocates in education. As a former student at Cedar Grove Elementary, Riverside Middle, and Riverside High School, we understand why your commitment to our community runs deep, and it is inspiring. It reminds us that we are Riverside then, we are Riverside now, and we will always be Riverside forever. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for the Rangers. Next, we honor Board Secretary and Area 2 Trustee for the Bel Air area, Mrs. Connie Woodruff. Would you please step forward? Sharing a few words on behalf of the community is Bel Air High School student Daniela Serrano. She is accompanied by Sam Vela from Sageland Elementary School and Ethan Vela from Bel Air Middle School.
Good evening, members of the board, administrators, and YISD family. Simon Sinek famously stated, "Leadership is not about being in charge, but about taking care of those in your charge." That's exactly the kind of leadership we see in our board member, Mrs. Woodruff. For students, it's felt every day in the support we receive from you, from classrooms to athletic fields, from the arts to student leadership. Your support helps create schools where students feel proud to be part of this community. You've helped build a culture where students aren't just encouraged to succeed individually, but to lift each other up as well. Knowing that our voices matter and that we have leaders advocating for us makes a real difference in our education and our lives. On behalf of the students in our community, thank you for your unwavering support. It does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Let's hear it for the Highlanders. Next, we honor our Area 3 trustee from the Parkland area, Mr. Shane Haggerty. Will you please step forward? Joining Trustee Haggerty at the basket are Isabella Lozier from Parkland Pre-Engineering Middle School and Levi Loya from Dolphin Terrace Elementary School. And here to share a few words is Vianney Velasquez.
My name is Vianney Velasquez, Matador Student Council Vice President at Parkland High School. And today we represent our feeder pattern in honoring our trustee, Mr. Shane Haggerty. Leadership shines in the service you provide, Mr. Haggerty. Alumni always remember their past, but you play an active role in engaging, changing, advocating, and facilitating our growth. You truly embody the saying, "To be a Matador is glorious." Thank you for always making time to show your support, whether that's walking homecoming parades or joining us for Friday Night Lights. The park community in the heart of the Northeast appreciates the hard work and support you give to students, staff, and community members. Your dedication never goes unnoticed, and we hope you continue to be a proud Matador through and through. Mr. Haggerty, we honor you and we thank you endlessly on behalf of all of us in Northeast El Paso.
Let's give a round of applause to the Matadors. Our final recognition tonight is for the Area 6 trustee from the Ysleta area. Mr. Chris Hernandez, will you please step forward? Our speaker is Ysleta High School student body president Andrew Flores, accompanied by Ysleta Middle School student Iker Axel Herrera Martinez and Capistrano Elementary student Jesus Martinez.
It's always a great day to be an Indian. Ysleta's spirit of excellence is evident in our teachers, students, and staff who work tirelessly to ensure that future generations will experience a legacy of pride and excellence. It is leaders like our trustee, Mr. Chris Hernandez, who sustain that legacy by looking for ways to prove our Indians, past, present, and future, with the best educational experience possible. Mr. Hernandez, we thank you. Thank you for going into events, numerous school events in our community, by visiting our campuses, and by taking time to recognize staff at all levels with enthusiasm and a contagious smile. Thank you for continuing to share our vision of excellence. We look forward to your continued service in our community. And remember, once an Indian, always an Indian. Thank you.
Let's hear it again for the Indians. Let's give another big round of applause for our wonderful Board of Trustees. Your service is greatly appreciated. This concludes our recognitions for this evening. Thank you.
Right, I do that a lot.
Trustee Woodruff, do we have any citizens input this evening?
Yes, Mr. President. First, we have Jeffrey Senior, and the topic is the calendar.
Good evening, President Bustillos, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. De La Torre. My name is Jeff Senor, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Ysleta Teachers Association. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. Tonight, as members of the school board, you'll be voting on the instructional calendar for the 26-27 school year. We were curious to find out where our members stand when it comes to being in favor of having one Monday off in the spring semester and coming in a day early in the summer, or having 2 Mondays off in the spring and coming in 2 days early from their summer break. We put out a survey to our members through various avenues, such as social media, text messaging, email, and by word of mouth. We ended up with over 500 responses in total and found that members who wanted one Monday One Monday instead of two Mondays off were in the majority. When it was all said and done, the difference was a spread of about 4.5%. In speaking to members who did not vote in the survey, we found out that they were indifferent and could go either way. As a result of the survey, we also had some questions and concerns from our members, in particular concerns related to additional days school year, or ADSY. As noted from the last DEIC meeting, both calendars would be considered ADSY compliant. ADSY gives the district the opportunity to acquire additional funding from the state, and as an association, we are in support of finding new sources of funding, especially when the state is not fully funding our public schools. We are hoping for full transparency regarding how much funding the district will receive and exactly how it is going to be used. This funding is not possible without the efforts of our teachers and staff, and it would be great to see them compensated for their dedication. Compensation above and beyond the $28.50 extra duty rate. It would also be great to see extra time at the beginning of the summer given to teachers and staff to use to set up their classrooms or maybe take the necessary yearly trainings. Those Mondays are typically spent in the classroom with students and not doing professional development. How many days are going to be added to the calendar? Is it only going to be the 8 intercession days discussed at DEIC, or could we see more ADSY days added? And lastly, would the district force teachers and staff to work these days in the event there is not enough staff signed up? I personally would like to commend Trustee Hernandez for taking the time to find options in order to help the district find ways to save money, seeing as how we are a district that has adopted a deficit budget for the following year. We appreciate the work being done to navigate the district's financial challenges, and we understand that the current deficit is a serious concern. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Rosie Pettis, action item number 2, calendar.
Good evening, President Bustillos, esteemed Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. De La Torre. My name is Rosie Perez, and I proudly represent the members of West Texas Alliance. I'm here to speak in support of the district's use of strategic days off, specifically those placed after certain holidays or major events where data consistently shows high absenteeism among both students and employees. Days such as the day after Halloween, the day after Easter, and perhaps unsurprisingly, the day after the Super Bowl, even when the Cowboys aren't playing, are not typical instructional days in practice. While they appear on calendar as regular school days, attendance data tells a different story. On these days, we often see elevated student absences, increased use of employee leave, higher demand for substitutes, and disrupted instructional continuity. When large numbers of students are absent, instruction slows or must be repeated. When many employees are out, the district incurs additional substitute cost and operational strain. In effect, these days cost the district more while delivering less instructional value. Strategically placing these days as planned days off is not about convenience. It is about efficiency, fiscal responsibility, and instructional integrity. By acknowledging predictable attendance patterns, the district can reduce substitute expenditures, stabilize operations, and protect the quality of instruction on the days students are present. We fully recognize that this approach is not simple. Teachers are required to meet a 187-day contract, and adjustments must be made elsewhere in the calendar. That requires careful planning, negotiation, and trade-offs. We want to acknowledge and sincerely appreciate the time, effort, and analysis that has gone into balancing these requirements. What matters is that this process reflects a thoughtful attempt to be fiscally conservative while also practical and respectful of employee time. When staff feel their time is valued and calendars reflect real-world conditions, morale improves, and that directly impacts retention, engagement, and student success. Strategic days off are not a loss of instructional time. They are a reallocation of time to days when teaching and learning are most effective. We appreciate the district's willingness to look at data, to listen to employee feedback, and to make decisions that are both financially sound and people-centered. We encourage the board to continue supporting this approach and to remain open to refining it as data and experience guide us. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for bringing this matter to the forefront of district finances and strategic decision-making. Thank you, school board members, for your leadership, your consideration, and your continued commitment to students and staff. Thank you.
And next, we have Jolene Espinosa, and it's leadership.
Good evening. My name is Jolene Espinosa. I stand before you with respect for this district and with the hope that we continue to evolve together. I want to be clear about my intent. This is not an indictment nor a complaint, but an invitation to reflect honestly on how leadership shapes the daily lives of educators across our district. When I speak of educators, I mean everyone who keeps a school running smoothly, because optimism or its absence spreads collectively. I'm very proud to work for this district, and I believe in its educators, its leaders, and the promise it holds for our state. We all understand that education does not exist solely within the walls of a school. I recognize that administrators navigate unrelenting political, legal, and public pressures. And still, an uncomfortable truth remains. Many educators are struggling, not because the work lacks meaning, but because the culture in which it is done feels increasingly constrictive and distrustful. Across grade levels and roles, some feel a lack of respect, sometimes from students or parents, but most profoundly in how situations are handled under the banners of enrollment, optics, or student retention at all costs. What emerges is a culture of micromanagement that replaces confidence with fear, and in some cases, anxiety and illness. Company culture is not about the words on the wall. It's about how people feel on a Sunday night. While that experience is not universal across this district, it is present enough to warrant examination. There are schools where educators thrive, where trust fuels effort, and there are others where anxiety replaces creativity. Teachers study data, not as punishment, but to guide growth. I ask our district to do the same for its employees. Through independent surveys and indicators such as turnover, transfer requests, workers' comp claims, chronic illness clusters, custodian exodus, substitute dependency, and other exit review themes. This data reveals the culture of a campus, and when listened to honestly, it guides evolution. When I began teaching, I worked with an administrator who inspired loyalty through her presence. She protected her staff, she stood beside us in the work, and she built trust that inspired. I know that leadership exists in our district. My hope is that it does not remain the exception, but becomes the expectation. We're asking for leadership that thoughtfully resolves problems, not dismisses them, for a culture where educators are respected as trusted professionals. Productivity and success born of confidence endures. I'm proud to serve this district and to be a part of a legacy that rises above by recognizing that the people who educate our children are not obstacles to success. They're the foundation of it. Thank you for your time, for your responsibility that you carry, and the benevolent manner in which you do so.
That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Woodruff. Dr. De La Torre, do we have any presentations this evening?
Yes, sir, President Bustillos, we do. We have two presentations, and I am both honored and privileged to deliver the first presentation on the Texas Academic Performance Report, also known as the TAPER. If you'll just give me 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are we up and running? Good evening, President Bustillos, members of the board, all esteemed guests. This evening, I've decided to present the Texas Academic Performance Report to you in that I want to share elements of the report and individuals who year in and year out have made the Ysleta Independent School District the highest performing school district in the region. And I want to begin by thanking the board for giving me and the team here at the district office the latitude to introduce, implement, execute the things that are required to be a high-performing district. In fact, to be in the top 14% in the entire state of Texas, and that's something that we're very proud of, and I know that you're proud of. Let me again begin by acknowledging that we are blessed. We have a very, very special Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Brenda Chacon, who has driven much of this success. Her and the academics team, the instructional leaders at each of the 49 campuses that we operate, the great teachers in the four corners of the classroom, their support staff, and all the personnel that transport students, feed students, make sure students are safe and secure. It takes everybody. And it takes everybody doing their part to get the kind of results that this district has become accustomed to seeing and that you've become accustomed to seeing. The elements in the taper include academic performance, district accreditation status, PEIMS financial standard reports, violent criminal incidents report, school violence prevention and violence intervention policies, results from evaluations under the Safe and Drug-Free Act. We have class of 2023 high school graduates performance in higher ed, post-secondary ed. They're always 2 years behind, but we like to share how students in the Ysleta Independent School District do in colleges, universities, trade schools. I mean, ultimately the mission is to get them to graduate from the Ysleta Independent School District, more importantly where quality of life and economic prosperity is concerned is making sure that there's a high completion rate when to get to colleges and universities. And those are referred to as post-secondary outcomes. And then we'll finish with campus goals and performance objective targets. All of these reports are required under the law, either the United States Constitution or the law in the state of Texas, whether it be the Ed Code or other codes that govern our work. Let's begin with academic performance. This chart is the comprehensive look at how students in the Ysleta Independent School District do academically based on performance in usually 4 content areas depending on the grade level, but reading, math, science, and social studies. And as you can see, we've outperformed the state in all 4 content areas. We've outperformed the region in 3 of 4 content areas. And we've outperformed both the region and the state in science. Social studies, we are equal and perform as well as other districts in the region. We'll break it down into 3. The first is going to be the metric approaching standard. And depending on the content area and the grade level, it has disaggregated performance. Anything shaded in green is an area where the Ysleta Independent School District outperforms the region. Anything in white is where the Ysleta Independent School District performs as well as anyone else in the region, again by grade level and by content area. And anytime you see the pale, the yellow, is an area where either someone in the region or the state has outperformed the Ysleta Independent School District. So on the left you have star performance relative to approaching grade level, and on the right you have end of course performance relative, or high school performance relative to end of course performance. Where I really am proud is it's one thing to do this with general ed programs, with regular ed students. we've established ourselves as the absolute best option for parents who have children that have special needs. And you can tell by this chart where you see a lot of green shading that special ed students in the Ysleta Independent School District outperform students in neighboring school districts in the region. And when they don't outperform them, they perform as well. The same is true at the high school with end of course exams. Our students with special needs do a fantastic job of performing as well as general ed population. And again, it's a point of pride. And then the other population that we obviously have in the region, given our proximity to Mexico, is we have a large percentage of emerging bilingual students. And by the way, just as a point of importance, we almost have a 20% special ed population. Typically what you see is closer to 10%. And the reason for that is that special ed parents or parents of students with special needs, they're a tight-knit, close-knit group. When they find a school district or a school that is serving the needs of their students, they communicate that. And so you'll see a significantly higher percentage of students who are special needs students in the Ysleta Independent School District as compared to the neighboring school districts. The word is out. The word is out. When it comes to emerging bilingual students, we're proud of the performance. Again, there are some shaded areas, but we do as well as anyone in the region when it comes to educating emerging bilingual students. And what we primarily work on, of course, is English language acquisition and academic language acquisition. And what we're really good at doing is accelerating that experience so that students can be reclassified sooner and can be part of the general ed program. The preferred metrics for the Ysleta Independent School District for all of us here at the central office, principals on campuses, teachers in classroom, is to focus on meeting the standard. And the reason for that is when you're approaching the standard, it doesn't guarantee the parent that if that child goes on to a post-secondary experience, whether it be community college, a university, trade school, private school, that they're guaranteed the likelihood of success. When a student is meeting the standard, it increases the likelihood of success significantly at the next level. And so we tend to focus on meeting the standard, and we want to see the district continue to grow in that way. So in reading, you'll see that we outperform both the region and the state. That is true in math. It is also true in science and in social science. So you have the highest percentage of students performing at the meets grade level standard of anyone in the region. And here you'll see what that looks like by grade level and content area. You'll see that, and we're very much aware of it, it's something that I know I've spoken to some of you about. We're trying to crack the code in 7th grade math. And we're doing something I think a little innovative this year. We've brought in someone that is going to run our results, our demographics, performance by class, performance by teacher through an artificial intelligence platform to see if we're missing something in the 4th, 5th, or 6th grade that's leading to this sudden decline in performance at the 7th grade level. But in general, students at the meets grade level are outperforming others in the region and in the state. Look at special education students at the meets level. Again, the only outlier is 7th grade mathematics and emerging bilingual students. A lot of success. We are taking a look at the elementary school grades where we're having moderate success and looking at ways to try and improve that. And then the master's level is a high standard, and it's made higher by the fact that every couple of years the Commissioner of Education, Mike Morath, makes adjustments to that standard. It's important to know that when it comes to STAR and end-of-course exams, the standard isn't established before the students take the test, which we find interesting, and that's a kind way of putting it. They actually wait till they receive all the results, and then they decide where to set the standards for each of the three measurements, the approaches, the meets, and the masters. So it can change significantly based on what's happening in Austin and what Austin may be trying to promote. Examples might be the importance of charter schools. Another example may be making a case for educational savings accounts or vouchers. So the fact that they're not established, that the standards, the cut rates aren't established before the students take the assessment is problematic for superintendents across the state. It would be great to know where the goal line is before the students take the assessment. The teachers, I'm sure, would like to know where the goal line is before the students take the assessment, not after the fact. But even under the masters in reading, we're relatively close to where the state's performing. In mathematics, once again, the Ysleta Independent School District does a phenomenal job in mathematics. And it's something that we've gained a pretty strong reputation across the state for. We often have other school districts come and ask to visit our campuses, both at the elementary school level as well as at the high school level. And then again, we're right there with the state when it comes to social studies on the master's level. All students, again, 7th grade math and 8th grade science will be two that we will be talking about and focusing on as we get ready for next year. Special education students, again, performing very well, and emerging bilingual students, again, performing very well, even at the master's level, and even though the percentages aren't where we'd like to see them. The percentage of students that are at the master's level is almost exactly the same as the percentage of students that complete a baccalaureate degree within 6 years after going to college. If you listen to Creed and Richard Castro and all the people that have an interest in seeing our students not just get into colleges and universities, but complete college and university coursework with degrees in STEM, computer science, cybersecurity, engineering, the type of things that drive higher wage jobs and that hopefully will allow those students to remain in the El Paso region so that they can continue and support the economic development and the economic prosperity that some of our leaders in the city would like to see for El Pasoans. Growth is a big, big part of what we focus on. And it's almost no good deed goes unpunished because you get the most points for demonstrating growth. And the idea behind that is that when we send our children to school in August or in July, as the school year starts, parents expect that child to be better prepared academically, socio-emotionally by the end of the year. And the state rewards schools that can move that academic needle for students at minimum a year over a year. For those students who start behind, there is pressure, as was mentioned. There's pressure to move those students more than a year because if all you're doing is moving them 1 year, every year they'll always be behind by the same delta that they had when they started the year as compared to students who are high performing. So in order to accelerate their experience, they have to learn more than you would typically learn in a year. They'd have to learn a year and 3 months, a year and 4 months, so that over time they catch up and they're at grade level with everyone else, especially if they start far below grade level. And there is absolutely no doubt that this region, it's a hard region to be a teacher. Our children are blue collar. They're socioeconomically disadvantaged. Many of them come with both emerging bilingual challenges as well as special needs. And so being a teacher in this region is hard work. That's absolutely true. And we obviously acknowledge that. We provide support by providing time, resources, instructional materials, a calendar that supports that, professional development that supports that. But there is an expectation in this district that we'd not use zip code or demographics as an excuse for not giving kids a great educational experience. Growth-wise, in reading, 70% of our students are growing at least 1 year for every year that they attend. That's the highest in the region and higher than the state. In mathematics, that is also true. They're growing 1 year, almost 7 out of 10 students, for every year that they spend with us. And it's not that the others aren't growing, they may just not be growing the full year, but they're growing. And what's true with accelerated learning is those are the students that are growing more than a year in a year. You can tell that our students grow more in a year than other students in neighboring school districts in both reading and math. Graduation rates have held pretty steady. Graduation rates after 4 years, about 9 in 10 students will graduate if they complete our program. After 5 years, it goes up another %, not a lot. And then after 6 years, you find that we're still somewhere around 9, and that's going to fluctuate up and down. You have districts in the state that have 60% graduation rates and 70% graduation rates. As a member of the Texas Urban Council of Superintendents, I get to sit with Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, El Paso, Fort Worth, and I can promise you that we are double digits ahead of the other 12 school districts that make up the Texas Urban Council of Superintendents. 4-year dropout rates, this is where you want to be lower. We are lower or the lowest in the region. Back in 23, we were still the lowest in the region in 24, actually improved and became lower than the state. 5-year dropout rates, lower again than the region, a little higher than the state, and the same thing can be said of the class of 2023. Again, we're 2 years behind, and please keep in mind that these students were students that experienced the pandemic when they were in high school, and there were a lot of reasons to not stay in school. One of the primary reasons is parents needed financial help at home, and a lot of these students were probably forced to think about going out and helping the family. 6-year dropout rate, lowest both when compared to the state and compared to the region for both the class of 2021 and class of 2022. We'll leave the academic achievement based on STAR and EOC, and we'll move into college, career, and military readiness. We have been, and you'll see a chart that shows you how quickly we've embraced the idea that students, more importantly, need to be prepared for college, career, and military when they leave us. Currently, when it comes to the 2023 graduates, we are the highest in the region and much higher than the state. The same is true of 2024. These are the students that are ready based on CCMR type. The first is the college-ready student. So the college-ready student we have more students ready for college than both the region and the state. And then you've got the career or military ready, and we have the highest number of students that are career military ready in the region as well. This is what it has looked like going back to 2017 when it was introduced. You can see that college ready is the light blue, career ready is green. We started at a very low percentage in 17, back at about 40%. Let me put my glasses on, I'll tell you exactly, 40.4%. Today we're at 92.3% with 54.6% of our students being career ready and 83.8% of our students being college ready. Again, we have been the highest CCMR rated district since way back during the pandemic days. If you want to break it down, you can kind of see what the indicators are that they use to determine whether you're college, career, or military ready. On the left-hand side, it'll give you the percentage, 2017, 46.7%, 2024, 92.3%. Industry-based certificates, dual credit, Associate of Arts degrees, and our current principal at, I was just talking to Ms. Woodruff, has done an amazing job at the early college high school, as are our principals at the campuses that have an early college high school, and getting students to not only earn their Associate of Arts degree, but we currently have almost 50% of the students at early college high school attending UTEP as juniors. That's huge, not just for the student, but that's huge for the family, who no longer has to worry about tuition, fees, and books, because the Ysleta Independent School District and the state have taken care of that for them. AP scores are something that we need to get, I think, a little more growth on. TSI, reading, TSI math, SAT, reading, and SAT math. If you look to the right, you can see that during the years when we were trying to navigate the pandemic, you saw a lot of yellow, but if you look at 23 and 24, that yellow's been reduced to one cell. In 23, the largest retreat was dual credit, 4.6%, and in 2024, our SAT math scores went down 2.1%. But we're climbing back out of that, and that is good news. This is just another graph showing the CCMR, the high focus. The green is career ready, the orange is college ready, and then those that meet both standards are in the blue. And then if we look at our demographic populations, the African American students, the Hispanic students, and then all students. And why is that important? Because in most school districts, you don't have your African American students and your Latino or Hispanic students performing the same as all students. And so the fact that there is equity in terms of the experience that students are having in our district show that we are blind to an ethnicity or a race, and that isn't the case in a lot of school districts, where there are huge discrepancies between how the general population, white student performs when compared to the African American student, Latino student, Southeast Asian student. That's what they refer to as the academic achievement gap. Post-secondary outcomes, this tells us what happens when the students leave us. It's all great when they're here with us, but what's happening when they leave us? In 2019, 52.6% of students enrolled in a college or in higher ed. That number has dropped to 47.6%. In our district, that number started at 60%, higher than the state, and it has grown to 61.7% in 22. And you'll see when we get to 23 and 24 and 25 that 60% will actually grow more, because again, we're talking about students who are impacted by the pandemic. This one is one that is a new chart, but that caught my attention. I take the good and the bad. We have a challenge in that we're getting more students enrolled in colleges and universities, but we also have more students that need remedial courses when they get there. And in talking to Dr. Chacon and the rest of the team, we're going to take a close look at why that is, because we both want them to get in, but we also want them to complete. And if they're having to go back and take remedial courses, that may slow down their trajectory. If you're interested in your high school, this is what the last three classes that we have data on look like. Bel Air has gone from 62 back up to 64 and slightly down to 57 in the class of 2024. Del Valle has taken off, 60, 63, now up to 70. Eastwood, 68, climbed to 71, is now at 73. J.M. Hanks, 58, climbed to 62, dipped slightly to 60. Parkland, 1 and 2 students got into college back in 22. That climbed to 54, and we're back down to 49. We'll take a look at that for you. Riverside, 57, climbed to 60, and it's at 59 now. So they're holding at 60% of students being enrolled after high school in college, university, trade school. Ysleta, 58, climbed to 61, sitting at 59. And overall, as a district, we've gone from 59 to 62 to 63. So as an aggregate or composite score, we've climbed about 1 or 2 percentage points a year in getting more students into colleges and universities. This chart is confusing. It would take a lot to explain it. But it basically is showing you before, same as high school, 1 or 2 years graduation. It took them 3 to 4 years to graduate. It took them 5 to 6 years to graduate. And the message here, though, is going back to when they graduate, whether they graduate in 2 years or they graduate in 6 years, only 20% of our students in the region are actually graduating with a baccalaureate degree in 6 years. And that's almost the central theme of those civic leaders, business leaders, CREED, and others that follow education in the region very closely is you guys do a great job of educating, you do a great job on state-mandated assessments, you do a great job of getting kids financial aid, grants, and loans through FAFSA. They get into school, they stay in school, but only 1 in 5 will come out with a baccalaureate degree. And what is true is most of the baccalaureate degrees that they award at UTEP are either in education, teachers, or in the health field. That shows you, and this is in general the entire region, ages 25 to 30. If you look at what's happening post-secondary, you have some college, 46%. The associate degree is about 1 in 10. 1 in 5 will get a bachelor's degree. That's that 20% that we were talking about. Only 3.6% will ever get an advanced degree. And then what they try to capture is that a quarter wage, and the best way to look at it is look at the advanced degree quarterly, that would be multiplied by 4. That means that somebody with an advanced degree live in El Paso is typically making an average of about $60,000 a year if they're making $15,825 per quarter. There are some people with an advanced degree that are making much more than that, and there may be some people with an advanced degree that are making less than that. And for context, a beginning teacher, a first-year teacher in the Ysleta Independent School District, the district that pays teachers the most in the first year, is $60,500. A lot of people want to know where the money goes, and it's important to look at it and say, okay, is the district at least consistent with what we expect statewide? And what you'll see is that the district it really benefits from the state. There are a lot of people under the impression out there that that they're paying for the revenue that supports the Ysleta Independent School District, but in our state, our local tax make up 12% of the total budget that the Ysleta Independent School District makes. So that means $12 out of every $100 come from El Paso. 62% come from the state, and by the state I mean property wealthy districts that are subject to what they call clawback or Robin Hood. When they meet a certain threshold, the state collects all of the excess tax, puts it in a budget that then is distributed to property poor districts like El Paso ISD, Socorro ISD, Ysleta ISD. And so the state, when coupled with the federal, is paying for 88% of our budget. Our homes, our property taxes pay for 12%, and then there are some other local taxes that pay for 2%. When typically around the state covers 43%, the federal government covers 16%. That's about 59%. So whereas we're receiving almost 88% from other sources, most school districts across the state are looking at somewhere between 50 and 60% from the state Some are looking at 0 from the state because their property tax revenue is so significant that it exceeds what they need, and so the state doesn't have to make the investment there. Now, the federal government will always have to make an investment depending on the demographics of that school district. Students with special needs, emerging bilingual students, comp ed, those type of things. And then if you really get to a granular level and say, okay, but where is the district spending the money? Well, we spend 56% of our money on instruction. 11% plant maintenance and operations, 6% school leadership, 5% food, 4% guidance and counseling, and this is important, 3% for the people that work in this building, the administrators. Now, if you look over at the state and compare what they, on average, pay administrators at the central office, you'll find that we're consistent with what the state pays administrators, about 3% of the overall budget. Violent criminals, or excuse me, summary of reasons for incidents of a violent or criminal nature. We're kind of consistent. We had 1,046 incidents in that year, 24-25. 986 students were involved, so obviously some of those students were repeat offenders, and it made up about 2.89% of the district's entire enrollment got involved in some kind of a violent or criminal incident. From one year to the next, we went from 1,049 to 1,046. I think what's important to note here is a lot of this has to do with coding and an assistant principal or a principal's latitude to decide whether it's criminal mischief or maybe they decide that it's a terroristic threat. We try to calibrate and make sure that they're all using the same template when they describe an incident, but the human condition is part of it, and it's hard to know whether, a principal in the Northeast sees an incident exactly the same way as a principal in the Del Valle area, for examples. But in our case, it's pretty consistent. There's about 1,000, a little over 1,000, and almost 1,000 students are involved. Any questions? We have fulfilled our legally required responsibilities.
Who down the line? Trustee Hernandez?
I didn't go the other way.
Mike?
You want to go this way? Oh, Mike, go ahead.
Funding sources or funding, would you go back to that slide? Federal, state? I had just one.
Push the button way too many times. Let's see if I
think
can
that
slow.
there, or there.
Revenue source.
Okay. The other local 2%, what does that entail or include?
The lottery.
We haven't won that yet.
Lindley, do you mind breaking the other for me? Some of the typical.
Typically, small transfers from other funds, and it's, as you can see, it's only 2%. So transfers from other of our funds, so like a reimbursement, indirect cost recovery, some minor things like that. So very small source of revenue for us.
And then the local tax?
That's your property tax revenue.
That's it, just property tax?
Yes, sir.
Is that homes and businesses or just?
Yes, it's the entire property tax revenue stream from the county or from our district. Yes, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and go in, then we'll go Ms. Woodruff and then Mr. Haggerty, and then I got a couple questions. Can you go back to where you had the schools, I guess in graduation? Right there. Go back one. I was noticing that a lot of our schools that have early colleges are in the 60s. Is there a reason for that based on this metric?
Brenda? Does having an early college high school increase the number of
Correct.
students that are in considered higher ed?
So I want two things that let's keep in mind with this data. One of the first things is this is only Texas data. So any student who leaves out of state, any student who goes to NMSU, any student who attends a private university, those are not accounted for in this data. So those students who leave or go to a technical school or wherever they decide, this data is only accredited Texas universities. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Regarding the different percentages, does the associate help? The associate always helps. Obviously, it's an associate's degree. It's halfway towards a bachelor degree. But given the data, it varies from class to class. As you remember, when we came back from COVID, the universities had a hard time enrolling kids again. It's back up, but definitely not where we used to. But there is a lot of options for kids now. So students also have a lot more opportunities, whether college is one important piece, but they also have a lot of opportunities in the career and technical world as well.
Excellent. My next question is, I think on one of your slides, you said we own it. We have a lot of kids that take remedial courses. Don't we have a lot of kids that also do the TSI before they get in? And is there any way we can catch that before?
Yeah, so that one of our big questions, you can see in the CCMR data that Dr. Torres showed you where the trends are increasing, improving in TSI. That is what used to be your AccuPlacer when we all enrolled in college or some sort of a placement test in Texas. So it used to be TSI, now it's known as TSI 2.0. So it recently changed. It is rigorous, right? And so that is our big push, is to make sure that all our kids graduate with the TSI so that they immediately avoid those remedial courses and go straight into university level courses. So that is definitely an area that we're constantly working at. We're happy of the improvements we've made, specifically in math, but we still have our work to do.
Right.
I think it also speaks to why the meets and masters is so much more important than the approaches. Because again, an approaches doesn't guarantee that they're going to have immediate success at the next level. And I suspect that some of those students may be the students that need to go back and review and get comfortable again.
And my last question is, I just want to say thank you to Ms. Macias and Dr. Chacon and your team. I know 7th and 8th grade has definitely closing the gaps, doing really well with our principals and administration. But what are we continuing to do to continuing closing those gaps at that level? What are we doing?
I do want to acknowledge the work that our middle school team has done in Ms. Macias. It has been a lot, the middle, that's what we call them, right? We were just there today visiting classrooms and making sure that the intervention and everything is taking place. So a lot of the work that we're doing with our middle schools is both on a leadership perspective and also on an instructional, making sure that our middle school teachers are generalists. And so that's something important to consider. Your elementary school teacher is a generalist. Your high school teachers are content experts. So when you're going, and you're a 4th, 8th math certified, it doesn't necessarily mean you're the expert in 7th grade math or algebra or those things. It means you have a general idea of how to teach. So our goal has been really enforcing those PLCs and making sure that our teachers have the supports and they need in order to understand the TEKs and the rigor that the kids need in order to master that TEK. So a lot of work in staff development, a lot of work with teachers, and we're constantly, Ms. Macias and her team are constantly out there ensuring that we're doing everything we can for our middle school students.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Ms. Macias. Thank you and your team and all our principals and everybody that's taking part. Thank you so much. Swidruff.
So my question, I would like to go back to the incidences of violence and all of that stuff. I know that's kind of maybe off topic, but what I was thinking as I saw that is that even though it's not like exploding and going higher that way, it's not really coming down significantly either. Do we have something in place where we're trying to work on some of these things to help our kids?
Yes. So the highest one we have obviously is number 63. I would say that through our program of, and I can't remember the official name, First Offenders Program. There you go, First Offenders Program. We don't show the previous school years, but again, it's come down. Still a high, but I also want, and I'll let Bobby or Ms. Monica Bustillos quote me, but I also believe it's the way that they're all bundled together. So whether it's a e-cigarette with nicotine, and I think that's also goes in there, they're all bundled. So not necessarily, it depends on the substance or what they have and what they did, but they're kind of all bundled into one. But I will let Bobby answer that to see if I'm accurate.
Sorry, Mrs. Woodruff. It entails any type of e-cigarette that a student brings to school. And we know that's one of our primary concerns because it's happening more and more often
Right.
at even lower grade levels.
And then what you see on almost every street corner is a place to buy vapes and all of the things like that
Exactly.
too, so.
Yes, ma'am.
I also want to say thank you too, because what I like about this report is that we get to celebrate our victories, but we're also very aware of the areas that we need to address, and that we're not sitting back and saying, okay, well, we just did great here, we're just going to ignore seventh grade, or we're just going to whatever. I feel like that we're still trying so hard to break that code, to do all the things that we need to help our kids have the great experiences in their education. And I know that's because of our teachers. I know that's because of our principals, our staff members who are working quietly behind the backgrounds. And I just want to say thank you. It's a great thing to be able to be proud of what we've accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Haggerty?
Thank you. I have a few questions. How do we calculate the CCMR percentage and get that 92.3%?
This here, Shane,
Yes, sir.
where it's gone up, I think it's a composite score when you take students who have met the minimum requirements to be considered college-ready, coupled with students who have met the minimum requirements to be considered career-ready. And by minimum requirements, I believe it's all of the indicators you see here on the left, taking or being part of an industry-based certificate program, taking a requisite number of dual credit courses, earning an Associate of Arts degree, taking and passing an AP exam, passing the TSI or TSI-2 reading and TSI-2 math, performing at a certain level on SAT and ACT. Those are all ways that a student can, I think, demonstrate that they're either college ready or career military ready.
But none of those come close to 90%. So
What do you
how is it combined or weighed or?
Yeah, I'll have Dr. Medellin explain it to you, but Dr. Lato is exactly right. It's a combination of all of those metrics or where kids get a point for being college and career ready. This also includes our students who take the House Bill 5 classes, our college prep courses as well. Those are also included in this count.
Good evening. The percentage is if what the state does is it looks at all of the students that graduated in a particular year. So the latest data that they have is the class of 2024. So anybody who graduated in 2024 all the way to August 31st of 2024. And then they ask, have they met any of these indicators? As Dr. De La Torre has mentioned, all of the indicators that Dr. De La Torre has mentioned.
So you only have to meet one?
Meeting only one of those indicators.
So if I just met the math, because I'm good at math, but I'm horrible in English,
There are certain indicators that
college
require
ready?
for example, TSI readiness requires the students to be ready in both reading and math, either by TSI, SAT, or ACT scores. College prep courses also, they have to be ready in reading and math. For dual credit courses, they need to have 3 college hours in reading or 3 college hours in math, or 9 college hours in any other subject. So there are different requirements for each one of those indicators, but as long as they meet one of them, if they meet 1 or they meet 3, they still count just as one student who met readiness.
And then how do we get 92.3 when we look at least the students we can track completing college even in was it 7 years, and it's like at 6?
Yeah, so you can see, for example, that 92.3% of the students that graduated in 2024 had at least one of these indicators. And if you look down the list on the left-hand side, you can see that 50% of those students had an industry-based certification, met one of the industry-based certifications. 1 in every 4 students had at least 3 credit hours in reading or math, or 9 dual credit hours in any other subject. 22% had an AP score of 3 or better. And so each one of those, and students, of course, can have more than one. And so if you look at all of those numbers, they're not going to add up to the total because many students meet multiple indicators. And you'll notice that, for example, when we're talking about college readiness and career readiness, if you look at the percent of students that are college ready and the percent of students that are career ready, those two percentages add up to more than 100%. And that's because many of our students are both college and career ready. So they have the dual credit courses and they have an industry-based certification as well.
So if we threw out the industry-based certification and only looked at AP scores, associate's degree, TSI scores, SAT, they still don't come close. That 6% doesn't come close to these. So how do we say these students are college ready when, from what we're able to track, they're going to college and not finishing?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
So if you go to the next slide, or maybe it's 2 or 3 after that, where it shows the number of, or the percentage of students that graduate college in a certain number of years?
That one?
Not that one. Nope. No, I think it's, if you can keep. Not that one. That one.
That one.
So looking at that, okay, looks like we get up to 20%?
Right, and these are students that, and you'll notice here that the years on the bottom are the graduating classes. So we're talking about the class of 2022 and before, because these are the students that have had the chance to go to college, and then they're asking 6 years after graduation, where are they now? And so have they received a 2-year college degree, a 4-year college degree? And that's what this is breaking it down on.
So in 2017, we're saying that 21% graduated college, at least in Texas, and at least that we could.
Correct. The class of 2017, out of the class of 2017, 21% of the students had a 4-year college degree.
I got you.
Within, at that point, by 8 years later. 8 years later.
That helps. I didn't see that it was at 20%. So if you go back to that original slide where the numbers are like 30%, then we can account for some that went to private schools, some that went to out-of-state schools.
Right. This one, what it's looking
Not that
at,
one.
it's
It was the first slide, I think. Not that one.
let's see.
No, it was the one with the chart that showed the college percentages, like the TSI percentages and the ACT and SAT percentages. That one.
That one. Okay.
Yeah, so those numbers do make more sense looking at 2017 and seeing the numbers there versus the numbers on that other slide.
Yes, the numbers in 2017, these are the students that correlate to the class of 2017 that received the 4-year college degree within 8 years of them graduating from high school.
So then based on that, we should see, starting 2023, those numbers start to get even better?
That's the hope. Now, one of the things that happens is that life happens during their college years, but we're expecting, because students are better prepared than they were in 2017, we're expecting them to be more successful in the coming years.
Cool. I like it. I'm looking forward to seeing how it turns out. There was another slide where it showed the percentage of students that were ready by campus. And I noticed that Eastwood and Del Valle are looking pretty good, as is the rest of the district. But it also looks like there's some things that maybe can be replicated from whatever Eastwood and Del Valle are doing in the Parkland area, so we can get that number, especially since we have an early college on campus, higher than 1 and 2.
And one of the things here also that is important is that these percentages count only students that immediately, they enroll in college immediately after graduation. So if a student takes a year off to work to save up for college, they're not going to be included here. And if we have students that move to a different state, for example, because of military parents or things like that, they are not going to be also included in this. These are just for the
But
students.
that's still a large discrepancy. So how do we replicate what's going on at Eastwood and Del Valle? And when do we start doing it?
One of the things that we have is that we are now making sure that students are filling out their applications for college, they're filling out their financial aid application, and we are helping them during the summer after they graduate, between the summer when they graduate and the fall when university starts. A lot of students fall through the cracks, and so we're trying to help a little bit, even though they're no longer our students. We're trying to give them some help there to remind them to go to orientation, to make sure they enroll.
Since it would be beneficial to the universities also, is there a way that maybe we can partner and they can contribute funding or resources or something, so that way we can have a more aggressive campaign then for those students?
And Mr. Haggerty, now that House Bill 8, I'm sure you guys are familiar with House Bill 8 from the last legislation. House Bill 8 was the bill that community colleges now get funded based on outcomes. So that was a big bill that recently passed for for community college. So we do need to build that partnership, and you're absolutely right. That is conversations that we've had with them, that our students are willing and capable more than anything. They just need to they need that guidance post-graduation. So that is one of the projects that we're reaching out. I also know that civic leaders have taken interest in that, but now the community college is much more vested in that because of House Bill 8. So their funding, it happens because of the outcomes they have. So that is an opportunity, plenty of opportunity there. You are absolutely right. When it comes to replicating the practices in Eastwood and Del Valle, we've been working a lot with our Go Centers, with Mr. Kudir and the team as well, is making sure that what's good for one is good for all, and getting to see, okay, what did you do to bring in all the kids to fill, the college application? UTEP and EPCC are our partners, and we do have our UTEP Day and our EPCC Day, so we do all of that well, but it is getting them to attend. And making sure we're educating. So there's plenty of improvement there, and I'm hopeful that with House Bill 8 and the other measures that the community college and UTEP have in place, we can increase our kids getting there.
And that's what I was curious too. Is it something like, is the community more involved, or are parents more involved? And if so, how do we make sure that the parents are included in the entire process in the Parkland area, if that's one of the areas that we see is not as strong as it is in these other areas?
The one thing that I thought about is there may be more parents in the Eastwood area that have post-secondary experience, so they know how to navigate kind of what we were talking about earlier when, if you come from a district where most of the families may not have post-secondary Associate of Art, baccalaureate degrees, didn't really get a chance to go to college, went directly to work, whereas you have parents that maybe are more familiar with the system, financial aid, they're a little more sophisticated. They may be one of the things that are making a difference, but it doesn't explain how Del Valle is performing almost as well as Eastwood. So I think we probably need to convene and talk about what are y'all doing as part of your on-ramping process to get kids excited about going to colleges and universities right after high school. But no, you make a great point.
I had just two more, hopefully quick questions.
Sure.
One of the charts you showed how much money you make for a specific degree, and it looks like if you have some college,
I think it was this one here.
you make more money than you do if you actually go and get your associates? Is that
No, if
accurate?
you have some college, you're down here. On the bar graph, you'll see it
Right, and it says 8728 versus 8581 if you have an associate's.
Yeah. That's pretty telling. Because if you go right to construction, or you go into, a lot of the trucking industry, the commerce industry, you're probably going to make more than somebody with an Associate of Arts degree in dental hygiene.
So those are probably more folks who go out and get industry certifications?
Probably. One of the things that I've learned over the last couple of months, there is a huge push from our community, our civic leaders, business leaders. They're looking for welders, electricians. Ken Caldwell said that with all of these data centers going up and all of the construction that will happen over the next 10 years, that they're going to need 1,000 more electricians than currently exist in the El Paso region as the baby boomer bubble starts to retire and all these electricians, plumbers, welders, HVAC people leave. The education industry spent so much time making it feel like going to college and getting a degree was more important than getting out there and being a plumber, or, that you saw a huge decline in people pursuing that, and the definition of success became go to college, go to college. And so now we're going to suffer because there are going to be incredible shortages because of all the work out there and the lack of able-handed people to go out and do that kind of work. And so you see electricians commanding six-figure salaries, welders, steel workers. And so what they want to know is, what are we doing as a school district? Because ultimately part of our responsibility is to fuel the economy to get more welders. And so we're obviously always promote the idea that we made a significant investment in the Riverside Career Tech Ed Center to do just that, to get kids in there. The number's gone from 300 students, now we're close to 500 students. Someday we'd like to have 1,000 students in there and get them out there so that they can go directly to work for Ken Caldwell and Caldwell Electric and for Job and for some of these other people that are dying for labor.
My last question is on the students who commit offenses. And it looks like we went from 74 drug offenses to 0. How do we do that?
Yeah, we did a great job there. No, I'm just
That's
kidding.
not
Where's
our-
that?
The next one.
Oh.
There we go. It's the second one. Oh, it was that slide. It was the second.
I think it may have been a change of coding or what
second
they
row.
defined.
Yes, the code of possessed, sold, or used under marijuana, that one was folded into number 62. And so now we are
Number
required to
62 went
have.
down also.
Yeah, so code number 4 goes from 74 to 0. That's because the code that we are required to use now is code number 62.
So 4 doesn't exist 25 on?
So 74 is no longer being used, and if you'll notice, that's where the increase on 62 mostly comes from.
62, there's a decrease.
It's the last 2 years. There's been a couple of changes from TEA that requires us to use different codings, because they're trying also to figure out who's using e-cigarettes versus other pieces.
There's a decrease in 62, not an increase?
But there's a significant increase in 63.
But that's just e-cigarettes, right?
Yeah. Is it 64 then? No, because that went down.
No, we just had a decrease in the number of in 64.
Let's celebrate.
Yeah.
So I guess what can we attribute that success to?
Mr. Haggard, I'm sorry, if you don't mind, there are some instances when the El Paso Police Department responds and there's an e-cigarette and it's not always tested. And so if it's not tested for marijuana, rather than it fall under marijuana, it is just going to fall under an e-cigarette. So that could potentially be the determining factor as well, sir.
Okay. No, I was hoping we had like a new initiative that was showing some really good results.
Well, we do. We have the Vaping First Offenders Program, and that's been very, very successful. Although we do have some repeat offenders that fall outside of that, a predominant amount of our first offenders don't have a second situation like that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
My pleasure, sorry.
Trustee Hernandez?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. De La Torre, and thank everybody who worked on this presentation. It was very thorough, and I appreciate it. What I saw in this presentation was in the vast majority of categories, we were above the region, and we were above the state. I always say we're the best district in El Paso County. These numbers certainly back that up. I think I'd start adding, and one of the best districts in the state of Texas as well. So, Dr. De La Torre, congratulations on your good work, and to your entire leadership team for the work they do. Of course, to our principals at every campus for their leadership. And I especially want to thank our teachers. I've seen it in my kids. My kids won't learn unless they're excited about how it's being taught, and that can't happen without skilled teachers. And seeing these numbers, seeing that we're above the region and the state in most categories, it's a testament to that passion that our teachers have, and they deliver on the front lines with our students. So a big congratulations to our teachers, and a big thank you for everyone's hard work and all the support given by principals and leadership here at the district. My questions: 7th grade math has always been an issue every year. Is this across the state of Texas, or is it unique to our district?
It is across the state of Texas, but I believe even the state outperforms us. So for whatever reason, we need to look closely at what's happening, not necessarily in the 7th grade, but what's happening leading up to the 7th grade. Where are we missing something? And I know Dr. Chacon is working on that. As a matter of fact, I think we're running the entire, is it 6th grade math program through the magic, through an AI program to take a look at and see whether our scope and sequence is supporting the kind of success we want at the 7th grade. We'll figure it out, I promise you.
I wonder how much of it is biological. I mean, I remember being 12 and 13. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, 7th grade is a tough time too to be a kid.
Middle school is tough in general. It's a lot biological going on.
So, you know, that might be part of the challenges too, that, I don't know, maybe it's just something we have to deal with. And then I also had a question about the, especially with the marijuana codes. You said sometimes they test and sometimes they don't. Is there, what determines whether they're going to test or whether they're not? Or is it complete discretion on the officer?
It's not totally discretion on the officer. What could happen is there's not enough in the device for them to test. Sometimes it'll specifically say that it's THC in there, oftentimes it doesn't, and so if the officer doesn't see that there's enough, and if it's our first offenders program, sometimes a child will fall under that program, and then the officer will not test it.
When a child enters the first offenders program, does that number still come out here?
It will come out on here, but it won't come out under the marijuana portion of it. It's going to hit under possessed, sold, gave, delivered, or used an e-cigarette.
What if a student is caught with the traditional flower type of weed?
So if that's the situation, would be under number 62. It could be 62 because he possessed marijuana. It wasn't necessarily an e-cigarette. It was an actual cigarette.
I know the county has a first offenders program for marijuana use. Does the district have anything? If it's marijuana, but it's not in a vape form, do we still treat it the same as first offenders?
Yes, we do.
Okay, very good. Would you say that this district is more about rehabilitation than criminalizing these students?
In my opinion, yes, absolutely. That's the whole purpose of the Vaping First Offenders Program, is to teach our students about utilization, not only our students, also the parents. The parents come in and they have a class on the usage of vaping or any other device of that nature that has marijuana in it, so that the parent can be educated as far as the long-term outcomes and short-term outcomes of utilization.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the
pleasure.
information. Thank you again.
Thank you. And before I turn it over to Ms. Moy and our guest, I just want to acknowledge and thank Mr. Rivera for coming out and volunteering his evening to sit in the back, and we look forward to seeing him next month. At this time, I'd like to introduce Diana and Ed. Are you all ready? All right.
You get a master's for that presentation. We're going to go ahead and take, you don't mind if we take a little 10-minute break?
I don't know why.
Let's go. We're going to take a 10-minute break and
Perfect.
we'll come back. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries, that's great.
Okay, Mr. Griffin, we're ready for you.
Thank you. Board President, Superintendent, members of the board, community members, appreciate the opportunity here to spend some time talking to you about E-rate. There's only 11 slides, so it shouldn't be too long. My name is Ed Gifford, co-founder of Education Partner Solutions with my wife. We founded our company in 1996. We are independent technology consultants for school districts specifically. We help school districts with strategic planning, with the assessment of the technology infrastructure of school districts, with the ability of prioritizing projects for school districts and finding the funds for those school districts, which includes E-rate, and that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. What we'll cover tonight is what is E-rate, what E-rate can pay for, how discounts work, why Ysleta needs this funding, and what the board is being asked to authorize. What is E-rate? A federal program that discounts eligible connectivity and networking for school and libraries. E-rate is for schools and libraries programs of the Universal Services Fund, or called USAC. It provides discounts on eligible internet access, data transmission, and on-campus network equipment and services. Currently, $5 billion is made available annually. Who runs it? It's the FCC. Who administers it? The USAC, the Universal Services Administration Company. They manage the applications, commitments, and invoicings, and the forms associated with filing E-rate. What it is not a fund. It's not a grant. You file these applications for this money, and it's not a grant, but it's something that you have to follow competitive bidding rules to obtain these funds, and we'll go through that detailed briefly. Why connectivity is now core infrastructure. Teaching, testing, and operations increasingly rely on dependable broadband and Wi-Fi. Instruction and learning, digital curriculum, classroom collaboration, access to tools requiring consistent bandwidth and low latency Wi-Fi. Assessment and accountability, online testing, Windows and state reporting depends on stable, resilient connections. If online testing goes down, you know this district just has havoc. It's important to have reliable infrastructure. Operations and safety, phones, voice over IP, security systems, transportation, building system, increasing diversity of the network. UPSs are critical for maintaining these services during brownouts. Equity of access, rely on-campus connectivity, helping ensure students have consistent access to learning resources during the school day. What E-rate can fund. E-rate publishes every year an eligible services list that's reviewed and approved for funding. The form falls into two categories. Category 1, which consists of wide area network, internet access, data transmission, lit or dark fiber services, and network equipment needed to deliver Category 1 services. You can consider this as connectivity outside of an individual building. Category 2 is on-campus networking, Wi-Fi access points and controllers, switches, routers, cabling, UPSs, management of internal broadband services. This is outsourcing that service, and basic maintenance of internal connections, which is reactive support to these services. Connectivity in these internal facilities are considered Category 2. Key boundaries and compliance. E-rate funds specific eligible service lists and require open, fair, and competitive bidding processes and must be documented. You'll find that most of the RFPs that we write specifically say or equivalent, so it can be open, fair, and competitive. Ineligible items are end-user devices such as laptops, tablets, security cameras. The end devices are not included in eligible services. It has to be something that is considered infrastructure for transmitting data. Most cybersecurity subscriptions and advanced security services. Currently, there's a $200 million 3-year cybersecurity pilot currently underway, which I'm excited to see the results of that in the next 3 to 5 years, that there'll be additional funding for cybersecurity, which has interrupted a significant amount of school districts throughout the country. It does not fund non-instructional uses such as office software, cameras, and servers. It does not cover voice communications such as PBX systems. What USAC expects is open, fair, competitive bidding, which comes in the form with either a Form 470 or an RFP or a combination of the two. Cost allocation for mixed eligible, ineligible bundles, which means you have to break out the costs that you're purchasing that are eligible and ineligible. Pay the non-discounted share. The district is responsible for all non-eligible services and their prorated share of the discounted rate. USAC expects the district to maintain records for audits for at least 10 years, and this is 10 years after the contract is expired, not when the contract's awarded. Filing required forms like 471, 486s, and invoicing. I'll be happy to go through what those numbers mean with form flows in a later spreadsheet. How the discount is calculated based upon the National School Lunch Program or a community eligible provision, which identifies the free and reduced population within its school district. So in the chart on the right, it shows you the percentage of schools eligible under the National School Lunch Program. You can see that Ysleta, currently at 76% free and reduced, qualifies for 90% of Category 1 services, which is the wide area network and internet access services, and it qualifies for 85% of Category 2 services, which was the local area network services we talked about. On the left, it shows you the proration between what USAC funds in a Category 1 scenario, the 90-10, and on the second chart, it shows the 85 versus 15% on a Category 2. So the district is responsible for 10% for Category 1 and 15% for Category 2 purchase. Why Ysleta needs E-rate funding. E-rate reduces the pressure on local budgets. I noticed on one of the charts previously that 25% of those dollars come from federal funding. I don't know if that includes E-rate or not, but E-rate is significant in providing resources for technology in school districts. The current pressures that we have is growing bandwidth demand. As we discussed on slide 4, such things like ChatGPT and AI evolution, the bandwidth is going to grow significantly, as I'm sure you're aware. Need for resilient wide area network and campus Wi-Fi to prevent failure or a single point of failure. Rising costs of labor, equipment, and circuits. What E-rate changes? A significant share of eligible costs to federal support, back to the 85 to 90% of funding of these projects. That's a significant federal support. Enabling fast refresh cycles of Wi-Fi and switching, again, Category 2. There's a 5-year Category 2 budget refresh cycle to purchase equipment for local area network services. Supports multi-year network modernization roadmap, which means you don't have to deal with it in 1 year, you can do it over multiple years. It helps maintain an equity of access across all campuses. Currently, Ysleta has 48 campuses and 4 non-instructional facilities, has 32,661 students. So when Ysleta files for Category 1 services, there is no federal cap on requesting Category 1 funding. In Category 2 funding, on a 5-year Category 2 cycle, $6.57 million is made available pre-discounted to the school district. And again, we're going to talk about the Category 1, 90%, and Category 2, 85%, which is reflected in the bullets listed above. This is a little bit about how the process works from an E-rate. E-rate is a structured process, again, open, fair, competitive bidding, application, approvals, and invoicing. Generally in the summer is when we plan to identify the needs and confirm eligibility and build a scope of service for potential RFPs. Step 2 is to actually prepare the RFPs, post a 470. The 470 is a request for services that is posted nationally through the USAC system. Evaluate bids, select vendors. That usually happens between October and February. Apply for the 471 funds. That usually happens between February and March. Once you file a 471 application saying, I want these funds based upon contracts that we've signed, USAC will issue program integrity assurance forms which says, I need clarification on the funds that you're asking for, and you respond to those PIAs. Once the PIAs have been accepted, USAC will file a funding commitment decision letter stating that we agree or modify the request of funding that you have submitted. The fourth step is to file a Form 486, which basically states when the services begin, how long they will last. Usually for Category 1, it's going to be a month-to-month for the entire year. In Category 2, it's based upon the equipment that's received and installed. Invoicing, there's two forms of invoicing. BEAR, which is the Billed Entity Applicant Reimbursement Form, which is a 472, which puts the burden on the school district to pay 100% of the contract and then file for reimbursement with USAC. And service provider invoicing, which is Form 474, has the service provider ask USAC for the discounted amount, and the school district only comes up with a 15 or 10% balance that they're responsible for on the discount. Funding forecast for 2026 for Category 2. The Ysleta Category 2 discount is 85%. The final figures identified after program integrity assurance and funding commitment decision letters will be the final dollars that USAC will actually provide. In the chart on the left, you can see where the E-rate portion from USAC, top down, is $714,000 in cable, $744,000 in the firewall, $290,000 in UPSs, and $565 in electronics. And those are the four RFPs and contracts that will be discussed later this evening. On the right-hand part of that chart is what the obligation is for the school district. As you can see, the total on the left, you can see the chart in the top right-hand corner actually line items out all the details. You can see the E-rate USAC projected commitment to the project. You can see the district share commitment to the project. You can see the totals are, all contracts combined is $2.7 million. We're expecting USAC to pay $2.3 million and for this letter to come up with $400,000 for those four contracts. What will Ysleta staff be asking for the board to authorize later this evening? The board action requiring authorization to continue to participate in the E-rate program for the funding year 2026, approve E-rate competitive bids for eligible services and equipment, approve contracts and/or service agreements resulting from the competitive bidding process, authorizing to file required E-rate forms and certifications to accept funding commitments, and support required record keeping and audit readiness. All of the RFPs, we state that the vendors cannot move forward without a funding commitment decision letter or a purchase order. So you can go through this entire process and not be financially impacted, because if you don't receive a funding commitment decision letter or a purchase order, that particular project cannot move forward. So it's very critical that USAC agrees to pay for their portion and the PO from this district pays for their portion. Then the service provider can execute on that contract. So there's no financial exposure until those two steps take place. E-rate funds should be pursued to fund core and necessary infrastructure, and with your support by approving these steps to ensure Category 2 projects are successful over the next year. That's E-rate 101, very high level. Any questions about the funding itself?
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for being here. I do have a few questions. First, I think it was in there, but what is the dollar amount that the district will have to pay? I know this comes with a lot of federal funding, but we're going to have to pay something too, right?
$406,000.
400 and...
I believe that was right. Let me check. $408,600 for a $2.7 million consolidated project.
Okay, so we pay 408,000, and the federal government will give us 2.3 million?
That is correct.
Have you reviewed all of our equipment and our network infrastructure?
I have.
For how long have you been?
5 years.
For 5 years? In that time, how many times have we lost our network or Wi-Fi, internet?
Outages?
Yeah.
I don't maintain the network. We can have our staff tell you about outages associated with the infrastructure.
Good evening, members of the board, President Bustillos, Dr. De La Torre, Diana Moy, Associate Superintendent for TIS. So thankfully, we have not had any outages recently.
We've never had any outages.
In the history of our district, internet outages.
Okay, so
of significance.
everything's working perfectly fine.
Thankfully,
Is there anything that you reviewed that tells us that we should expect something to go wrong with our network or have any outages?
I will mention that the growth is significant, right? Once you add, the one-to-one laptops, the growth went crazy. We needed APs, we needed switches. The wide area network was congested. There was performance issues there. I know voice had problems. I know voice went down because there was congestion issues and configuration issues. So I know as you invest in external devices like security cameras or telephony or laptops, all of those are asking bandwidth demands on the wide area network, the local area network, and the access points, and the growth is always going to increase significantly. So you may have seen over the last 5 years the significant wide area network that's been built, right? Resilient wide area network, 2 hubs to minimize any type of outage. So the success of not having outages is because the investment's been made for that wide area network. Now, internet access, the demand on that has increased. It's gone from 10 gig to 20 gig to 40 gig. The demand continues to increase, and we don't invest in the infrastructure, i.e. the cabling. The cabling between the MC closet and the IC closet currently cannot handle the bandwidth on the demand at the classroom level. So without that increased fiber between the closets, the bottleneck's going to be at the classroom level. So we continue to upgrade based upon the demand. So it's a triage kind of situation. Where's the bottleneck? Why are we having problems? How do we fix it?
some downtime also that we've had, not necessarily with our network. If you recall, we recently had some rolling brownouts, particularly in the Riverside area. But it's some of these brownouts that we had, the electrical company was involved. We also had some outages, not because of our infrastructure or because of what we have, but just outside sources that might be impacting that. At Bel Air, we had about 20 phones that went out. At Riverside, about another 20, so for a total of 50, 60 phones that went out because of these rolling outages. And those were affected by just outside sources, not because of anything happening internal within our infrastructure.
Right, I want to emphasize that it wasn't because of our infrastructure, it was because of outside sources. Did you say that we currently require bandwidth that we can't currently handle? That's not right, right?
No. What I'm saying is as we increase the demand.
But where are we right now with our bandwidth capabilities on what we can handle, and what are we actually needing right now, and what's the discrepancy between that?
So we are poised to withstand the demands of that new broadband and the demands of AI and the increased bandwidth. We do currently have that equipment pending. We have some core switches that should be arriving here soon, which, if you recall, that is part of what you all approved last year. So we are equipping ourselves for the future for the next 5-10 years. But that's exactly what we're doing tonight, right, is preparing our infrastructure for the next 5-10 years for that capacity, because we do forecast with increased use of internet. As you well know, STAR tests, EOC testing is all done online. We have a lot of streaming, a lot of new AI tools that do require more bandwidth and more demand on our.
But how do you measure it? And how can you anticipate what we're going to need? I mean, sure, we're going to need more, but we can need more and it still work off of our current infrastructure.
So we currently monitor, and we have some dashboards that allow us to monitor our usage. Interestingly enough, with the cell phone ban that occurred this year, we were able to monitor how that impacted our internet usage. So during lunchtime, we found that it spiked up. Well, that's when our students are allowed to get back on their phones and use their phones. So we do have tools that we can monitor our usage throughout the day, the month, and we can run reports and use those to predict and forecast what our bandwidth will be, especially working with our vendors. So having that partnership and that relationship with our vendors really give us an insight as to, okay, what are going to be the demands for the future use of this broadband?
But I'm looking for numbers. I'm looking for a metric. I'm looking for, well, right now we're able to handle.
Right now, we are looking at getting the capacity to 40 gigs internal at that capacity inside our campuses with the fiber that you see in that RFP that we are bringing to you tonight. The cabling, we're currently running at 1 gig with the intention of moving up to 10 gigs.
We're going to move up 10 times what we're using right now?
That's the capacity that we need.
Completely unnecessary. And then
that is standard.
You brought up that we just approved, I was going to ask this, didn't we just approve equipment for this exact same purpose?
Great question. So what you all approved last year was for the actual equipment. Now we're coming to you for the maintenance and support, which without the maintenance and support, we don't have the ability to run patches, run security updates, maintain it. Most importantly, have overnight 24-hour equipment replacement. If our firewalls do fail or infiltrated, we're able to tap into those resources and have to no impact to the district and keep business running as usual. So what you're doing tonight is not a duplicate of what you all did last year or buying additional tools. What you're doing tonight is you're buying the support and the maintenance to what you all approved last.
What if we don't approve this tonight? How does that affect?
Sure. So most of our equipment will continue to run. So think about it as purchasing a car, and I'm asking you to buy maintenance and asking you to buy upgrades to ensure that your car continues to run smoothly without any hitches. It will, but we do run at an increased risk of security vulnerabilities and attacks. And with every day evolving cyber attacks, that is definitely a risk that I don't see putting the district in that danger.
Yeah, I'm glad you used that analogy, because anytime I'm in that situation, I feel I'm unnecessarily being upsold, which honestly is what I feel is happening here. Ms. Cameron, how is this $408,000 already budgeted for, or will this increase our deficit?
So this will become part of the 26-27 operating budget. And frankly, every year we budget for technology because you simply can't afford not to invest in technology because the useful life of it is 3 years. You might get 5 years. If you're really good, you may get a little longer. And I think maybe Ms. Moy might clarify, I think we're talking mostly about campus bandwidth and connectivity. We have developed the exterior internet connectivity to the district, but what we need to build on now is the interior campus-wide internet. And so, yes, every year we budget $2 million. We have yet to spend $2 million in the last 3 years. And so $400,000, this saves us $1.6 million that we wouldn't need to budget next year for technology.
I mean, also, if we don't do it, am I understanding this right, that essentially we save $408,000? $408,000 remains in the unassigned fund balance, right?
Yes, and I give up $2.3 million in leverage.
I mean, when we're talking about everything's working fine, everything's working on 1 gigabyte, and we're talking, and now we need to suddenly increase to 10? I don't buy it. I mean, I use.
Well, keep in mind, it's not sudden. We are preparing for the next 5 years. So we're aligning ourselves to what the industry is going to be demanding of us. So this is being proactive versus being reactive. And I would hate to put the district in a situation where we're having to be reactive in the event of a cyber attack and not have the protection that we need, versus having that proactive approach and having the maintenance and support of running those security patches, for example, with the firewall, and us being protected.
I would like to add, though, the electronics are end of life. So you're running on bald tires. right? How long do you want to run on bald tires? The UPS is the brownouts. You've got the voice brownouts, you got a security issue. You have to have the UPS as support, at a minimum, some level of communication outside the district. The firewall, again, we're talking about security and penetration. And then the cabling, that's really the backbone within a local area network infrastructure to ensure that you can maintain the growth.
Can I add just one thing? And if I understand correctly, our free and reduced lunch numbers have declined gradually over time, and we are currently somewhere around 75%, which is what is driving the 90-10 and the 85-15 or the 80-20, I'm not sure. We're only 1 or 2 points away from, so for example, if the trend continues and we lose another percentage or 2% of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, we're no longer entertaining 90-10 or even 85-15. Now we're entertaining something closer to 75-25 or 70-30.
80-20, that's exactly right, Dr. De La Torre. We're currently at a 76% social economic, which puts us at the 85-90 eligibility discount. So we're 380 students shy of going below that 75% threshold. By doing so and waiting, we would fall under the 80-20 discount. This means that if we were to come to you and present this exact package next year, I would present you this number, but $136,200 more on top of the $408,600
That the district's responsible
that the district is responsible for. And that's just assuming pricing remains the same. Currently, industry prices for this type of equipment, maintenance and support is going up 15 to 20%, and they anticipate doubling it. And they were very honest with me and said, look, this quote might go up 10 to 15% and next year even double because of tariffs to 20 to 30%.
I also want to bring up that I don't see how we're anticipating more usage when we're continuously losing students. And with that, we're not refilling positions. And it's, it's possible that we may even have to close a campus or two. So, we thought we were going to lose 1,000 students this year, but we ended up losing 1,400 students. So how do you justify that we're going to need more usage knowing that every year our enrollment and the number of staff and possibly the number of campuses we have is declining?
So it's not necessarily the amount of students that are currently on the network. It's what the demands of the actual software companies and AI, for example, which is the most common example I can give you. That is what's demanding and taking up our bandwidth. It's not so much the usage, the number of people that are on the network. It's the demand of the software, the programs that we're currently using require this type of equipment.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hagerty?
Thank you. I kind of feel like that discussion brought up a lot more questions than I had when I started. I think they're good questions, and I think Trustee Hernandez is definitely looking in the right direction. Ms. Cameron said we can't afford to invest. We can't afford not to invest in tech, but we need to be investing in the right tech. And with that said, we're looking at spending out of pocket is $131,000 for licensing for 2 firewalls that we're just never going to hit the capacity that those things are designed for. What are they? The PA 5440 or something like that.
Well, the firewalls are going to be for our maintenance and support. So keep in mind with the maintenance and support, a good way to look at that is you're purchasing almost a warranty for your equipment. So you're wanting to protect your equipment in the event of a cyber attack.
Right.
So we get that 24-hour overnight replacement of that firewall box.
For hardware that we will never come close to hitting what it was designed to hit. Those 2 firewalls are for data centers. So even if we have 40,000 people on the network and each user, we'll say 32,000 students and 8,000 employees, 40,000. Each one of them has 10 tabs open. That's 400,000 instances, right? But that firewall is designed for 20 million. So we will never come close to hitting that.
And you're right, and
We have-
unfortunately, it would only take one click or one phishing scam to expose us and be vulnerable.
Okay, so we have firewalls at the high schools, which is the same device, it's just a lower model. Was it the 3440? That can handle like 4 million. So if we're only at 400,000 and this thing is 10 times what we need, but costs significantly less, why aren't we getting those as opposed to the 5440s? And I understand we might already have them, but the cost of that licensing outweighs the cost of a brand new 3440. So why would we invest that money there when we can be investing it in other places?
Sure, you'd like to share? Yeah.
So the firewall has to go hand in hand with the bandwidth that we use at the internet. So if the router is 40 gigs, the firewall needs to be able to handle 40 gigs of internet.
And the 3440 cannot handle 40 gigs?
The 5440 can handle up to 80.
The 3440?
The 3440, we didn't, that model, we've had it since 4 years ago.
Okay.
So.
But it's still a good model? I mean, it's still
No,
a viable
well,
router.
we had the 5240 that can only handle 20 gigs. We upgraded to the 5440, thinking we were gonna go up to 100 gigs. It can handle 100 gigs, but once you start adding resources, content filtering, intrusion detection, wildfire, antivirus services, it can only go up to 80 gigs per second.
Okay. But we're looking to go up to, you guys said 40, so that's still half.
Right, we plan to go up to 80, 100 gigs of internet.
We already bought everything we needed for 100, like several years ago. I thought we had a 100 gig connection from central office to every high school, and then 10 gig connections.
We don't have firewalls at the high school level. It's only 2 firewalls, one in the data center downtown.
We don't
and
have the
one
firewalls, the 3440s at each high school?
No, we don't have 3440s. I don't know where
I thought it was in the board book.
So it's only 2 firewalls at the internet level.
That we're
what we
looking
call
at
the edge.
right now.
Right now, yes.
And that's what I'm saying, we already have 3440s in place.
No, we don't have 3440s.
Not at our ISP, but at the high schools.
No, we will have routers at the high schools.
What are those?
The Aruba 8300s. At every campus, we have Aruba 8300s, and we have a router, the 8500, which is the connection to the internet. Below the router, what do we call it, the edge level, where the 2 firewalls sit. They're gonna protect everything, every connection going out, they're gonna inspect it.
There's like one here, one downtown, right? The 2
Yes.
firehouses?
Mhm.
But we're paying $131,000 for 4 hours of support for just one of those routers?
4-hour response time.
So,
4 hours of
right,
response time.
it includes hardware services, hardware replacement, technical support, software patches.
But then that security bundle, the core security bundle,
Right.
is like 10 times the amount of that router versus the one that we could get for the 3440, and it would still do.
We don't have
more
a
than
3440.
Okay, well, if we bought brand new ones, we would still be saving money because we don't have to pay $301,000 for the unit for the 5440. The 3440s are like a tenth of that as far as price goes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
The 3440s are just a tenth of what it costs for a 5440. And a 5440 is designed for a data center versus what our needs are. So why are we spending all this money on something we're not going to hit that cap? And you can say that
we're hitting the cap, actually. We're exceeding the current internet we have, 20 gigs. We exceed that at certain times.
But not the router's capability, the firewall's capability.
No, not the router's capability.
Is here.
Right, you gotta
This is what
expect
we're
for
using.
higher than what you actually use.
Right, but we don't need data center.
No, there's still models that go way beyond that.
And there's some that come under that and we still don't hit the cap.
No.
And we save money
It
that we
was-
could spend on other.
When we did this design, it was spec'd out so we can handle up to 80 gigs, probably 100 gigs with this firewall.
And another point that is important to make, and that we have to be very careful with the way we design and prepare, is if we decide to go with the firewalls within the high schools, individually in the campus, we would be maximizing E-rate. At that point, it does not become E-rate eligible, as it would be considered redundant and not resilient.
Okay, well,
So it's
we can forget
important
about the ones at the high schools. Those two routers are beyond what we need, and beyond what we'll probably ever need. Because when it comes to infrastructure, and you're talking about cameras and tablets and everything else that you threw out, we already have all that stuff. And we have 40,000 users using it, and we're still not hitting the cap of the much cheaper one.
So unfortunately for those devices, if you want to go with a smaller model, then you have to go with different type of connections. So you would have to go with 44 connections of 10 gigabits of internet. So basically making a 4 times 10 connection, which is more expensive than actually getting one 40 gig connection. But the devices are not capable of handling that. So we've designed this with the manufacturer, with our consultants, and everybody recommends.
I'm sure they sold you on the huge one.
No,
You should
not
get
really.
this one because this one's
No,
awesome.
that wasn't the case. That wasn't the case.
And then we are paying for network cards, aren't we? There's like 78 network cards or something like that in there that we're supposed to be paying for?
On where, on this bid?
Yes.
No.
No network cards.
No network cards.
I thought there was network cards.
The only equipment you'll be seeing is the UPSs, the fiber cabling, everything else
That's
is
what
going
it
to be
was. It was with
service
the
center.
UPSs. It said network cards with the UPSs. There's like $3,000 for each UPS. And then there was like 70-something network cards.
Some of the vendors included a separate network card, not included with the UPS, but it depended on the vendor. Not everybody did that.
It's for network management of the UPS.
Okay, so that doesn't answer the question, but I'll move on to the next one. What's your definition of a WAN? Because you kept bringing up wide area network, but you made it sound like you're talking about our Ysleta network. Are you talking wide area network? Are you talking
Wide area
just our
network is
district?
connectivity between any facility, right? So you've got
Okay.
direct fiber right now between every single facility going to
Right.
2 hubs. That's your wide area network.
100 gigs between here and the schools, the high schools, and then 10 gigs between the high schools and the elementaries?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
So the bandwidth exists here. How much are we getting from our ISP?
I'd say 20, right?
Then-
Yeah,
then-
we
then
have
why do
20
need
gigs
that?
on each.
Then it's still, I still can't comprehend why we need
Now, keep
a
in
data
mind,
center sized firewall for something
you also
that
have to
we're just
remember,
not
and
gonna-
Haz touched on a little bit before with everything else that we're having to add on. One of that is our content filters, and a lot of these additional items we're having to add on
Yeah, but
and that
content
are a
filter doesn't
burden
add that
to.
much.
I'm sorry?
Content filter doesn't add that much.
It doesn't, but it adds up once you start to add everything else it entails, our security cameras, our filtering, and the content filter
Why would a
is
content
state
filter-
mandated.
Have anything to do with the security camera? The security camera is not going to go to a gambling website.
No, but it's gonna add, it all adds up in the long run.
Okay.
Mhm.
You said that some of our phones go down, or that have gone down. Do we have soft phones?
Cell phones? No,
Soft phones?
soft phones? No. Our actual classroom phones is what we were impacted with our brownouts.
Like, do we run our own PBX, or is that something that is available? Where in the future, if the phone does go down, then the
So the phones is not something that we're bringing to you today with the bids. We're actually bringing you the UPSs, which would then
I understand.
protect the phones from
But in the course of the
from
conversation,
campuses being blinded
it
if,
came up,
in
so
the
it
event
was a
of a
question I
power
was
outage.
looking to get answered.
Go ahead.
That's what my question was, is do we have soft phones available? Is there a program that we can use? Does our PBX currently have the capability of running soft phones along with our?
It does, so it has a
physical
capability of running, sending text messages out and making phone calls directly to your cell phone, if they're calling that extension or that
What
line.
I'm looking at is, like, say my phone doesn't work or I just don't have access to a physical phone. I
Sure.
can use a program on my computer and a headset.
Absolutely, yes, sir,
And that could be a phone.
that's correct.
So in the future, if the phones do go down, do we have that capability? And then we don't have to worry about teachers not being able to call
That's right. So they do have that capability to text or use their phones or even use their own devices, but that comes with other processes that would entail stipends for teachers using their cell phone rather than, because it would have to be an application that is installed
On a
on their
laptop.
personal cell phone.
So we can install that program on a laptop.
That's right. So we could,
And then,
on a laptop or on a desktop as well.
right, so
And
a
that's all,
district-issued
that also
laptop
comes, we
wouldn't
have the
have to require a
capability, we
stipend.
don't necessarily are paying for that service, so that would come with an additional service fee.
that was my question, is do we run our own PBX and do we have that software available? Because usually they're free.
The software is available, but we would have to pay an additional amount for the text messaging.
Not text messaging, just a soft phone.
Not through the computer, it would have to be directly connected to your phone, to your personal cell phone.
Okay. I'll move on.
Yes, it's IP-based.
So the laptop or the desktop's not going to help if the UPS fails and you have a brownout and the switch goes down, right?
Okay.
You have no traffic, right? So the UPS is to ensure the integrity of key components within a given closet.
Okay,
So-
we were talking about phones.
We're talking,
And the phones at Riverside went down. So say in the future, the phones at Riverside go down again. Do we have a soft phone, which is basically a program that you run on your computer and it acts as
so what does the computer talk to?
the telephone system, the PBX?
But how does it get to the PBX? How does it get to the VoIP system? How does that computer get to the VoIP system?
To the internet.
So it has to go through a switch, right? If that switch goes down because there's no power,
Is that what happened at Riverside?
That's exactly what happened.
There's only one switch that manages the VoIP for Riverside?
Well, we don't have the UPS currently capability to have that switch or router
Did
protected.
the switch go down
currently.
because the power went out to the switch?
That's right.
We couldn't run an extension cord? I mean,
No.
if the power goes out, an extension.
but the computers still worked? It
And,
was just the
and on
phones
top
that
of
went
that,
down?
keep in mind, the UPSs that we're asking for is 2 per campus. That's only going to protect our front offices and administrator offices, just so that in the event of safety or security, they're not blinded or silent. We don't have enough funding resources to put a UPS in the
Okay.
other closets to protect the other phones and switches and routers in the event of a power outage.
We're probably getting off topic, but if the phones went down at Riverside, were the computers still working? Did the computers still have internet? Or when the phones went down, the computers also went down?
That's right. It would all go down because we wouldn't have internet. It
Which
is
one?
voice over internet.
If you have a brownout, the closet goes dead because there's no UPS. You have no service.
No service.
So there was a time at Riverside when there was no internet at all.
That's right.
So when Mr. Hernandez asked, was there ever a time that the internet went down? You said, no, it's not 100%.
No,
And we don't have
said
a backup? We don't
of
have
any
like a-
significance. We're always going to have blips. So yes, do we have campuses that
Okay.
sometimes there's a blip and the internet's
Gotcha.
not working? That could be because of our access points or any other internet glitch or traffic. Yes, those blips occur. Of anything of significance where we have been impacted, where operations have gone down and we haven't had any infrastructure downtime, no, we have not.
Okay. You mentioned the electronics are at end of life.
Yes, the UPSs are end of life. They're currently not sustaining any backup battery power. Some of them are completely end of life, not working.
But you didn't reference UPS, you referenced cabling. Is the cabling at end of life?
Yes, so some of our cabling that we have in our district is about 30 to 35 years old.
What is it?
The fiber
It's the older-
OM1s and OM2s, which is what we're looking to upgrade to our OM4, so that's our all original cabling. And also having to meet standards, for them to be plenum standards so that they meet fire code
Fiber
and
has
be
to be
upgrade.
plenum?
I'm sorry?
Fiber has to be plenum?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yes, absolutely, and it has to be plenum, and that's part of E-rate eligibility as well.
Why? Why does fiber have to be fire rated?
That, safety and security again.
Of what? It's like, I just don't understand. I'm not trying to be.
Yeah, no, it's the industry standards that you don't want to
difficult.
expose anything in the ceiling to extend a fire. That's why it's plenum rated, so it prevents the fire extension of anything
And
that's
it's like,
burnt.
it's not carrying electricity, it's not, it's just like.
Fire.
Fire,
I understand.
in the event of a fire incident.
I know there's Ethernet that comes in plenum. Because Ethernet carries electricity, carries power.
All the copper and all the fiber
Right, but
in
fiber
any
isn't copper.
school is going to be plenum rated or it's going to be shielded, right?
Yeah, fiber shielded, I guess. Mr. Hernandez asked if we don't approve it tonight, what happens? Is this one of the cases like it tends to be when you guys come up and say we need this? That if we don't approve it tonight, we miss our window?
We're coming to you tonight because these are mission-critical
What, do we miss our
equipment that we
E-rate window?
need.
Yeah, let me tell you about the E-rate dates.
Is it going to be, you have to vote on this right now, and if you don't approve it,
So
you're not going to get it till next year? Because it's getting really frustrating that every time something comes up to a vote, it's, if you don't do this right now, you're not going to get it. There is no buffer in the event that we have questions or we want to see something different, because when it's brought to us, the amount of time left to get it done is 0.
Sure, so there's a timeline that we're bound by because of E-rate.
Right, so from an E-rate perspective, a 470 or an RFP, that window is from July 1 of that funding year to approximately February 15th of the following year.
So then why didn't we get it in September, December?
You could award it in September. An RFP have to be released in September. You'd have to award it in the board in November if you wanted to. That doesn't slow down the E-rate process at all.
And again, I'm not trying to be difficult or argumentative. It's just a little frustrating. Like, it's time to vote on healthcare, and if you don't vote on it right now, then the employees don't get healthcare. If you don't vote on the E-rate right now, we're going to lose this.
Well, we can accelerate the process. I mean, we can
Yes,
definitely
that would be
issue
great.
RFPs in the fall, and because we want to be timely to get the latest generation of whatever it is, and the most aggressive pricing, so that when we file for these, we've got contractors available to order the equipment, to get them installed on a timely basis. It's just a timing mechanism, all it is.
I think that's all my questions. I appreciate you answering them to the best of your ability, too. Thank you.
Any questions? No? Thank you.
How do I turn this off?
At this time, we will review the January 14th, 2026 agenda item and motions with the superintendent and executive cabinet. This session allows us to ask questions and gather information before we move into formal deliberation action during the regular meeting. For the record, please stop me if you have any questions or wish to pull any items for separate consideration. Consent. Consider approval of minutes for the Board of Trustees workshop, regular board meeting of December 10th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Monthly financial report for November 2025. On to the
President, can I ask a question on the monthly financials without pulling the item?
Yes, we'll get, when we get to it.
Okay.
Let's get to it. So what we're going to do is on the policy items, and I think some of the trustees I did address, we're going to have Ms. Mata please provide a presentation for the policy agenda items listed. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, board president, Mr. Bustillos, and Superintendent Dr. De La Torre. Priscilla Mata.
Real quick.
Yes, sir.
Board members, if you have any questions for Ms. Mata at that time, let's go ahead and ask those questions so we can get through them. So if you have any questions, we'll get to them.
Good idea.
Right there and then. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Priscilla Mata, Chief Counsel for the school district. So I'm bringing tonight policy updates for you all based on 2 different updates that TASB has handed down. So let's get started, and like Mr. Bustillos suggested, please ask me questions as we're moving through the policies. I'm happy to answer as we get through these. Before we move into the policy changes, I wanted to do kind of a quick refresher for the benefit of the board and also the benefit of the public there are distinctions between legal policies and local policies. Your legal policies are simply the recitation of law. So that will give us the legal framework, right, in any given area of school law, whether it be child and nutrition or it be student discipline. We're going to get the law in a very nice, helpful, organized legal policy. These are put together by TASB, and those don't come to the board for adoption. It is the law, so they are automatically updated by TASB and then uploaded to our policy manual online. Local policy, that's where you're going to see the legal framework plus the way Ysleta ISD implements that law. So that really gives the board a chance to kind of tailor the different needs that it has and be different if it wants, unique from other districts in the way that it implements any given law. For example, the cell phone bill, right? Administrative regulations are really kind of the nitty-gritty meat and potatoes of how we, on a day-to-day, operate under these laws. So, for example, student discipline. We may have superintendent guidelines for the first offender program. Those fall under a regulation of sort, and that's really going to detail and put into practice what that law ultimately requires of us. And just as a reminder, it's really the local policy that comes to you for adoption, mostly after a legislative session, but like I'll show you here shortly, sometimes TASB updates the policies for clerical reasons, maybe for better readability or to improve on the language. This is what the board policy manual looks like online. So if you visit our website and you go to the tab for the Board of Trustees, you're going to have a section titled in the left-hand corner, the Board Policy Manual. That's going to take you to this page, and as you can see, our policies are basically organized by alpha. So you'll get a very big general topic. Section A is basic district foundations. Section B is local governance. That's where you're going to find a lot of policies that apply to our Board of Trustees, for example. And I gave the screenshot on the right-hand side of what it looks like when you expand on any given letter. So let's jump into the changes to policy that are before you tonight for your consideration.
Ms. Mata?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, before we
No, go ahead.
It's just I know that most of my questions are going to come down to two things, which is, is this state mandated? Like, if we don't approve this, we're essentially breaking state law. And two, identifying where it'll look different in actual practice of what the district is doing versus just, well, we're just changing the language, but really everything's the same. So I'm looking for, when is the practice going to be actually different, like visible? And then it's good to know, like, well, the state is telling us we have to do this or we're going to be in violation of state law.
Okay, sure. So let's take it one
Right.
policy
I just wanted
at
that
a
in
time.
mind, so I don't have to.
Okay, that's good
Yeah.
to know. No, thank you. I appreciate that. And so I'm going to take them out of order because I do want to first bring to your attention the updates under 125. That update is not related to the legislative session. Okay, so I have a few policies under update 125. They're minor. They're not substantive for the most part. And so I want to take those up first. So for your benefit and the benefit of the public, you'll see which agenda item I'm at. It's highlighted in the top left-hand corner. And then you'll also see where the policy itself falls in your board packet, page 29, for example. So agenda item 9.1, BDAA local, officers and officials, duties and requirements of board. This is a policy that relates to the board officer elections and administrative support to the board. So for a good while, our policy, BDAA local, told us that the board gets to assign an employee to provide it with clerical assistance. But in TASB's review, they identified, well, that's not actually true. That's not what the education code says. it really puts the responsibility on the superintendent to make any staff assignments, to include those that are going to support the board. So we are recommending TASB's position to make that change and make sure that we're kosher, if you will. We're in conformance with the Texas Education Code and the distinction between the superintendent's roles and the role of the board. The other correction that TASB is recommending at terms and duties is related to the current policy that limits officer elections to align with YISD staggered elections. So if you read the policy, it basically says, board members, every 2 years, you have to elect officers. The Texas Education Code says, board members, you have to elect officers, not every 2 years, every election. So let's say you call a special election and you get a new board member. That would trigger a new officer election under the Education Code. Now, an appointment, like we've seen recently and we'll see next month when Mr. Rivera is sworn in, does not trigger an election of officers. It really has to be an election of the board. Whether it's a special, whether it's a regular, any election is now going to trigger that new election of officers. It also allows you, though, to have officer elections at any time. So with or without an election, if you have a board officer who resigns from their position, and now you have to fill a vacancy, a new secretary, a new VP, a new president, you have the ability, under the Education Code, to go ahead and call an election for your officers and reorganize the board in that sense. So it doesn't tie your hands. Any questions on this policy? Mr. Haggerty?
I think I have a couple questions.
Sure.
And I'm trying not to sound frustrated because I feel like this is the Ysleta Independent School District, that we are a taxing entity and we're elected by the community just like the people of the state.
Sure.
And we don't tell the state what to do. I don't understand why they're telling us things like this minute, like this micromanaging, I guess. Like, to the point where they're telling us this is how often you have to have board officer elections. Is there any other type of board in the state that has to follow this policy? Or is it just for the lucky
That's a good question. I
people
don't know.
who serve on school boards?
I don't know if the city follows a similar rule. No, yeah, and there's a lot of rules and laws that really only apply to school districts or target school districts, if you will. One thing I wanted to note for the benefit of Mr. Hernandez, since he kind of put it on my radar, is that this is one of the local policies where we are different. Ysleta ISD is different, and I'll tell you why. Number one, we limited the board officer elections to only coincide with those staggered elections we see every 2 years. Number two, we made it a point that if you want to nominate yourself or nominate someone else for board president, that individual should have served at least 1 year on this board. That's unique to Ysleta. And that's something that, before my time, was incorporated into your board operating procedures, right? And so TASB actually recommended we delete that. And I called and I checked in with, Dr. De La Torre and the chiefs. We made sure that everyone's eyes were on these policies because at the end of the day, you don't have to accept TASB's recommendations on these local policies as they come. We put a lot of time into reviewing TASB's recommendations, and we fight back. There's a few others where we said, no, we don't want that. That's not our practice at Ysleta. We'd rather not recommend it to our board.
Right. At the end of the day, I think these positions do have a learning curve to it. And
Sure.
I think we've proven through our stability on the board and our stability with the officers that what we're doing works. So to approve Mr. Bustillos just because there's another election coming up when that's not what we've decided is best for our own district, how is that legal on their side?
Well, the good thing is that
we are revising the policy to conform to law. It's a legal requirement. We have to do it. But the good thing about the policy is that it says you can serve consecutive terms. So let's say you're very happy with Mr. Bustillos, right? You would want him to serve a second term as board president. You have the ability under your local policy to re-elect him as your board president. So nothing ties your hands in that sense. So it might be a formality at every election to have to elect your officers, but the good thing is that your hands are not tied. You can serve consecutive terms, if you will, and there's no limit on those terms. So that's the good news.
There used to be, he's right.
I think it was removed possibly.
It was removed,
Used to be two.
Right before I
consecutive terms.
joined, I think. Ysleta.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was removed, it feels like about 4 years ago. About 4 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. And we voted on it.
It was Cruz's third term because it was two
Right.
consecutive terms.
Yeah, it was,
So we
it was
approved-
after his.
We got rid of that
his
and then
third.
we gave him a third term.
Yeah, during the pandemic, because there was so much instability
Right,
that we felt like to get through that crisis, it would be best not to disrupt the makeup of the board at the time.
That makes sense. Any questions before we move on to the next policy? Okay. So agenda item 9.15, FDE local admissions, school safety transfers. This is a policy that relates to our federal program compliance and obligations under the Every Student Succeeds Act. So in exchange for grant funds under that program, TEA, as the receiving agency of those funds, requires of us a local policy for student transfers from what TEA calls schools that are persistently dangerous. And so it basically tells us that, hey, if you want these federal funds, school district, you have to be transparent about what kind of dangerous criminal offenses are occurring against your students, and whether or not you are informing them of their entitlement to transfer to a safe school. So I did my research to try and figure out, have we ever been designated, have one of our schools ever been designated this persistently dangerous school? No. The answer is no. We've never reached that threshold. From my understanding, it's a very high threshold to meet. You have to have large numbers in very violent type offenses. We've never been there. Nonetheless, TASB is recommending, because it's missing from our policy, that we include the offense of bullying when it rises to the level of a criminal offense. And so they give 3 different examples under the education code. It's bullying when you're encouraging suicide. It's bullying when it's group bullying against one person and it incites violence. And it's also bullying when it leads to serious injuries, right?
Didn't we already have a local policy that covered?
We do, we have a
bullying and
separate
transferring?
policy. But this one specifically speaks to what would trigger our obligation to now inform that student and his or her parents, you have the option to transfer your student out. So it was incomplete, if you will. This is not really a substantive change to the policy. It was,
So this is-
we've never added the bullying to the list. And
Is it
so-
for the student that's being bullied, that the parent can pull it out, pull them out and put them somewhere safe? Or
Yes.
is it?
And that's separate. But this speaks more to data collection and reporting. So if you look at the policy itself, it's going to come under a heading in the margin, and it says school safe data. And so this particular change is speaking to what kind of data we have to collect and report to TEA. So the transfer itself for bullying, that's going to fall, I think it's actually, if I'm not mistaken, FDB. It's a different section of the alpha, but it's in the F series, of course, because it pertains to students. But this one is just telling us, you will collect and maintain this data for reporting purposes. And if you look at the policy starting at page 89, I think it's a 1 or 2 pager. It's not large. It only speaks to the kind of data that we have to collect and report for federal program compliance. Any questions? Any other questions? Okay. The next agenda item is 9.16 FEC local. This is the policy, attendance for credit. This is a policy that relates to the options and requirements for credit recovery for our students who don't attend 90% of the days classes are offered, also known as the 90% rule. No substantive changes to this policy, but in reviewing this policy with the team, especially academics, we wanted to ensure that we didn't make any changes that appeared to be non-substantive that in actuality would change our practices. And so there were a few recommended changes that we did not accept in this case. And so for the most part, the policy remains intact the way Ysleta had it. I think we made a few changes for clarity, references to law or state law, but no substantive changes overall. Any questions? So that's it for update 125. The majority of the next policies, they come directly as a result of the legislative session, and this is under update 126 from TASB. Agenda item 9.2 BE local board meetings. This is a policy that relates to the time, place, and manner in which school board meetings are conducted and recorded. So basically, a slew of new laws and recommendations from TASB require your consideration of some of these changes. To begin, SB 12, which I'm sure you've heard a lot of since the last session ended, requires that board meetings be held outside of typical work hours. So interestingly enough, SB 12 doesn't define what typical work hours are, but many school districts are reasonably interpreting that bill to mean 8 to 5, 9 to 5, don't have board meetings within those, that time period, because most people are going to be working. They're out of pocket. They can't attend a board meeting. Thankfully, at Ysleta ISD, I think we've held board meetings for as long as I can remember after work hours, right? So typically 6 p.m. And it's codified, if you will, in your policy when you meet, Wednesday, 6 p.m., second week of every month, typically. House Bill 1522 also now requires that board agendas be posted at least 3 business days in advance, right? This is different from the 72-hour rule that we're so accustomed to. And this is not just for school districts. This is the county of El Paso. This is the city of El Paso. It's basically any local or state government in Texas now has to abide by this posting requirement. This information, of course, was shared with the Office of the Superintendent. I worked very closely with Ms. Mathewson, so we made sure to implement this change before it became effective. And so no heartburn there, but we have to now put it into our local policy so that it's official. Senate Bill 413 requires that minutes reflect each board member's vote on any action item. So that's also not a problem. We've been doing that, I think, ever since Ms. Mathewson has handled our minutes. We always specify the ayes and nays, who voted for, who voted against, who was absent. Those details are always worked into the minutes and then made available online to the public. Other minor changes were made by TASB or recommended by TASB to basically delete anything that's duplicative within local policy that might already exist in the legal policy. Any questions?
Would we be able to further clarify that board meetings must be held after 5 p.m.? What if in the long future they call a meeting at 6 a.m. because they want to be strategical on who can come? I saw this at another district. But Are we able to do that?
We do, and I want to say if it's not in BE, it's definitely in the B series, where we already provide in the policy that this board meets at 6 PM. That's your typical regular board meeting. So it's already in policy, nothing earlier.
Would they be, so let's say we leave it as is, that it must be held outside of typical work hours. And with that other policy you mentioned, would they be in violation if they called a meeting at 6 AM?
So if you ask any lawyer who's up to date with this new SB 12, they'd probably say you're not in violation. Will you get pushback from the public? Probably, but I know at least one other neighboring school district that had a 7 AM board meeting.
Yep.
And they were like, it's 7:59, we have to adjourn. So, I mean, I imagine maybe for an emergency meeting, that's okay, or a special board meeting, but if it's a meeting, if it's a regular board meeting where by law you have to allow public comment, it's discouraged to try something creative. Is it allowed? It's allowed under law.
The 17 policy changes, we have the option to take them under one vote.
Yes.
So if I wanted to propose that change, I would need to pull this item at that time, and then,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think to piggyback on Trustee Hernandez's question, if
Sure.
we were to find out that the way San Eli does it, or they do the 4 10-hour days,
Right.
is most effective. I'm not saying we're going to, I'm just saying hypothetically. Then does that mean we have to have these board meetings now at like 8 o'clock at night? Or it'd be a whole lot earlier than 6 o'clock in the morning because we'd be running into typical work hours.
I don't know, but, you know, we're not San Elizario, so
And
I don't think we
then
have to get that creative.
These are recommendations or these are laws?
So it's a combination of law and discretion under the law. So the law is saying typical work hours. In your local policy, you could
Define typical work hours? So then why
define
is
it
it be
further if you'd like.
local instead of be illegal if it's, the state says this is what you're going to do?
The only thing I would say to this is I would not recommend boxing yourself in. So local policy is great. It's a great way to exercise discretion. But if you're going to put into local policy something very specific, you have to follow it.
But again, my question is, why are these being proposed as local policies as opposed to legal if they're coming from the state saying that we decided you have to do this? Or else?
Because with local policy, it's sometimes hard to take the legal requirement out of the local discretion. You have to have kind of an expansion. Legal is very it's more of the legalese. Local expands on that. So that's where you get to see, now I understand what the law requires, and it breaks it down into components, if you will, for some legal concepts. There are some that require some unpacking. Local policy is where you unpack. And so that's why you'll see both marriage between maybe a legal provision in there, followed by a local provision. They dance, if you will. And so does this require us, the board to adopt? Yes, local policies have to be adopted because essentially you're saying to yourself and to the rest of us, you have to follow the board's.
But we didn't come up with that stuff. It's being
Right, this is coming from the
mandated.
legislative session,
So
exactly.
then-
And not everything, though.
And I'm sure it's semantics because it's still something we have to follow, but
Right.
shouldn't it be legal? And not something that we have control over because we obviously don't have control over this.
Yeah. You do, to a certain extent. To a certain extent, you have more control and discretion under local policy. But again, there's some provisions in there that kind of dovetail the legal component with the local discretion. And it's only so that it improves readability, because if it was just local discretion, I think it'd be harder to read and understand. what the will of the board is under this policy.
Ms. Mata, I just wanted to
Yes, sir.
clarify on this one, which is number 3. Trustee Hernandez wanted to pull or not to pull this item?
I would like to pull item 3, please.
Ms. Mathewson, can you mark that down?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
And that's for BE local board meetings. Any other questions before we move on to the next policy? Okay. Agenda item 9.3, BED local board meetings, public participation. This is the policy that relates to public comment and public participation at your school board meetings. This one also requires some changes based on changes in the law and some TASB recommendations for your consideration. So Senate Bill 12 tells us now that public comment has to come at the beginning of a board meeting. Does it have to come before recognitions? No, but what the law tells us is before the board takes any action, before they deliberate any business, public comment must come first. And so we can still continue our Ysleta ISD typical agenda where we may start with the recognitions and then move on to maybe information workshops, so long as you have an item for public comment before any action is taken by the board. It's also recommended to remove the suggestion to appoint one person to speak on behalf of a group of 5 or more members of the public. 2 legislative sessions ago, the Open Meetings Act was actually amended to now entitle members of the public to speak individually if they want to, even if they show up, with a caravan. Now, should the number of speakers signed up at any given board meeting start exceeding, 10, 12, the board president still has the ability in this local policy, that hasn't changed, to now limit the speaking time. In any case, you can't limit it below 1 minute. But you can go from your typical, you get 3 minutes, to you're going to get 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes, right? And then TASB also recommends deletion of the provision in this policy that says if you need a translator at the board meeting, you get twice the time, right? Because it's going to take additional time to translate what you're sharing with the board and then translate the responses, if any, from the board, which there shouldn't be, but on occasion, information is shared. And it's redundant because that section actually falls under the legal policy. So TASB is recommending deletion from the local policy. Any questions before we move on to
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
That I understand that that's in our policy now that we say we'll limit. I've been here 15 years, give or take, and we have never limited the public to speak, well, except once, when we throw all the teachers out of the room for wanting better health insurance.
It's good to keep the option. You never know.
But I don't mind getting rid of it by any means. I enjoy hearing from the public. I just want to say that even though it was in there, we never, except for that one time.
Very good. Did you have a question, Mr. Hernandez?
Basically, everything's going to stay the same, right, as far as the way we operate using public comment?
Yes.
Currently, we allow 3 minutes.
Yes, and that's right.
The president retains discretion.
That's right. That's right.
So we're not going to see any changes in our meetings?
We're not.
As far as, okay.
Yeah, and that's the case with some of these changes in the law. We've actually already made it our practice ahead of these new laws. The next agenda item is 9.4, CJ Local Contracted Services. This is a policy that relates to prohibitions applicable to our contractors. There are new prohibitions under Senate Bill 12. Senate Bill 12 is big. It's lengthy. It's very substantive, fundamental changes that pretty much touch every corner of the school district, even district contractors. So SB 12 tells us that our contractors, just like our teachers, just like our volunteers, are now prohibited from engaging in or assigning to any student, number 1, instructional activities prohibited by law. What is that, right? Some guidance that we've received so far says that it includes critical race theory. And there's a section in SB 12 that's a little more explicit and says you shall not instruct or provide activities or guidance on sexual orientation or gender identity. So our contractors are similarly prohibited from engaging in that. They're also prohibited from engaging in or assigning to any student DEI duties, such as promotion of preferential treatment or special benefits on the basis of race, color, ethnicity. Those are all prohibitions, again, that apply to both employees and contractors, and even our volunteers. SB 12 also requires termination of a contract if a contractor is found to have violated these prohibitions. Any questions?
I'd like to pull every one of those policies you just mentioned for individual vote.
Which ones, Mr. Haggerty?
All the ones that have to deal with DEI and
And the
what we are and aren't allowed to talk to students about.
prohibited instructional activities?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start taking note. The first policy will be CJ Local Contracted Services. I'm not sure where it falls on the action.
It's,
4?
I thought it was number 5.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Yeah, there's CJ local background checks and required reporting. Number 5, is that the one?
This is CJ Local Contracted Services.
It's number 4.
Yeah, oh, it's number 4, okay.
So it'll be number
There it
4
is.
on the action items. Any questions before we move on?
Yes, do we know how many contractors we have that would be affected by this?
No, but we started trying to take inventory to try and identify someone who might fall within this. Maybe in not so explicit ways, maybe through presentations to students, programming, after-school activities. We could not identify anyone who engages in either the DEI or the prohibited instructional activities, which would be the critical race theory or, focus on race or ethnicity or color. So, but we're still actively monitoring that because on occasion, a memorandum will come our way or an MOU that we have to renew. And so now what we're doing is we're very careful about, who we're doing business with, even if they're a volunteer. What we've started to do, at least from my end, because I know other departments already do this, is ask for a copy of the program, ask for a copy of their presentation, and it has to first get approved through us before it takes place, because we have to kind of put our eyes on the content.
What's the consequence with the state if we don't approve this or we violate?
If you don't approve the local policy?
Yeah, what if we don't approve this?
The problem that we will face if the board does not approve the policy is that you will have a situation where there is a law not embedded within your policy that unfortunately now, if we had to take a teacher to ER for an investigation into any of this, we don't have authority to cite here at Ysleta ISD. We always want to be in lockstep with the state. And so we'd have basically a gap of authority, and that's not recommended. We need to have a basis for, let's say, a non-renewal, termination of a contractor who overstepped, right, based on this new law. So I think you can take a position against SB 12. I wouldn't do it in your policy. I think you could certainly put out a statement or maybe consider a resolution. Unfortunately, it's already the law and it's already made effective. We've already trained our folks also on SB 12 prohibitions.
So what's the penalty for us, quote unquote, violating the law? Are they going to sue us?
Is there financial
funding, or how does it?
Yes, so we would be penalized under SB 12. SB 12 is
Okay.
one of the bills that has teeth
And would it be
this
the
last
district
session.
that gets fined, or would it be the board, since, let's say the board decides this is stupid and we're not going to allow it? The district didn't do it, the board did it. So is it the board that's responsible?
So I think regardless of whether it comes from the board or a school district official, any other school district official, it gives TEA now grounds to investigate us, to implement a corrective action plan that ultimately is going to require this, exactly. You to adopt a local policy that essentially conforms to SB 12. So you'll be back to square one if you're found in violation of SB 12. I would not recommend that, Mr. Haggerty.
If I could add one comment.
Sure.
One of the things that could be a repercussion of it is we could lose some federal funding based on us not adhering to the policy and law under Senate Bill 12.
But didn't it come from the state?
It actually, that's a good point, Bobby, thank you. So the federal government also required of us about a year ago a certification that we would not engage in DEI. And so it actually acts in concert with this state law. A lot of what we see that came as a result of the legislative session in Texas first began at the federal level. So there is a federal component.
Last year.
There's a federal component. As soon as President Trump took his position, there were changes in policy for many federal agencies. This was one of them that came about through the Department of Education. So we did have to submit a certification form.
I thought the Department of Education didn't exist anymore.
No, it did last year. It did, and it
So why
still
didn't we adopt
does.
it last year?
And it still does. And the takeaway here is that those federal monies still exist. Take away the department, fine, but the monies will still exist. They're just going to be held by different agencies, Small Business Administration, Department of Labor. So we want to be careful because there is that punitive monetary repercussion. Any questions before we move on to the next policy?
If any policy was to fail, how much time do we have to have these things in place before any type of repercussions would happen, to where we might have time to edit the language and then bring it back before the board for approval?
I'm not sure. It could be as soon as, tomorrow. Let's say that we have a reported SB 12 violation, and, HR begins their investigation. SB 12 tells us that we have to report violations of this new law. So at some point or another, and I think it's an annual reporting requirement, we have to tell TEA, hey TEA, we violated SB 12. And so we're never going to fly under the radar, if you will. We're going to be exposed, we're going to be vulnerable. We have to be careful about the SB 12.
But if the district went and reported, then we're still in compliance with the law, even without this policy being in the books?
You're in compliance because you have a legal policy
Then why do we need this one?
that recites the basics, the bare bones of SB 12.
Then, so
CJ Local expands on that and says, okay, if there's a violation, you will do, the following. So it kind of expands on the legal concept of these prohibitions.
but we have the bare bones. We have what we need to keep the district out of trouble, whether this is adopted or not.
I would disagree with that. Again, because in our practice, in my legal practice, I rely on citations to authority. And when it comes to, let's say, employee violations, we want to have policy because one of the...
We do, we have the legal.
We have the legal, but the legal doesn't say this, Mr. Haggerty. In
But
fact,
you
that's
said it
why...
covers the bare bones?
Yeah, the legal is going to give you the framework. The local is going to expand on that. It's going to go a little bit further, so it breaks it up a little further.
Okay, so then, since we have the legal in place, we're compliant. And if you do your reporting as per whatever it is they said that we have to do, we're compliant. But if this didn't pass for any reason today, we have time to change the wording to be,
To make additional changes to this
to
local
make it
policy?
more Ysleta as opposed
Sure.
to?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a deadline to adopt the local policy. I'll be honest with you, though, we received these maybe 2 months back. It's taken us that long to review this stuff. And the districts don't get these policies at the same time. There are districts who are barely getting their updated policies, because what our policy consultant does is she actually goes through our own policy, and she's marking it up to make changes based on new laws, but she's also marking it up to make sure that existing local provisions that are specific to Ysleta don't conflict with the new law now.
Okay. I definitely appreciate the presentation, but it kind of goes back to what I was saying with the E-rate, and that is, you've had these for 2 months, and you had an expert look at it for 2 months, and then you give it to us for a week? Hurry up and vote it in, otherwise we're violating the law.
No.
So why
There's
don't we
no
get the same
deadline for
courtesy of
board.
having more time to be able to look at these things and digest them?
And so this was actually sent out to the board maybe more than a month ago, if I'm not mistaken. So as soon as TASB releases this, it's a packet, it's a large packet. I'm thinking 2,000 pages plus. It's sent out to you all for the benefit of your first glance, first review. It takes some time to parse through everything. And again, I've worked with all the departments and our leadership here to ensure that I'm not recommending something to you tonight that conflicts with district practices in an area where you have the discretion to make that call. So there is no deadline, Mr. Haggerty, to adopt, this policy, this specific policy tonight, but the updates, they add on, they compound. And there's some more coming.
And
In
these
fact,
policies that were sent to us a month ago would have been sent from Ms. Mathewson?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken. The packet, the update. No? Okay. This was a big one, so I completely understand why it was probably not fruitful. But this is a big one. What I can tell you, Mr. Haggerty, also is that I'll be back next month. So if you wanted to set aside, this policy in particular and look at it again between now and your next meeting, you could do that. Absolutely. I broke it up because the update is so large. I did break it up into 2 board meetings. So again, I'll be back next month if you wanted to set this aside. Would you like us to make note of it as a pooled policy item?
It's already done.
It's already done? Okay.
It's already pulled.
Any other questions or comments before we move on?
It's pulled, but for separate consideration, if he wants to put it into the next meeting, then we need another way of saying that.
And we can
What do
do
they call
that
it,
once we get
table
to
or-
the pulled policy items section of the agenda. We will help with the wording on the motion to basically postpone it until the next regular board meeting.
And that's what Ms. Mathewson's doing. So as soon as you guys, we pull, if there anybody that pulls, Ms. Matthews, get it, and then we'll go ahead and we'll get the verbiage that we need.
Yes, sir.
And then come back and do it.
Okay, agenda item 9.5, CJA local contracted services, background checks, and required reporting. So this is a policy that relates to emergency exceptions that are made during which the district would be allowed to bring a disqualified individual onto district premises. The policy requires the individual to be accompanied by a district employee at all times. So for example, if we had like a water main break kind of situation like we saw with the water utilities, and we're all hands on deck and we're calling plumbers and experts, and we haven't had the chance to vet them the way we typically do through HR or through purchasing or through the employer itself, we're allowed to, for that emergency, have them on district premises so long as we have someone supervising that individual at all times. This policy is actually not seeing any substantive changes. The only adjustment TASB is recommending is to the heading so that it now reads background checks and required reporting. And that's only to more accurately describe the policy content. So nothing substantive, it's literally just the heading at the top of the policy, CJA local. Okay, agenda item 9.6, CLE local, buildings, grounds, and equipment management, required displays. Same with this policy, no substantive changes. The heading has changed to more accurately describe the contents of the policy. Agenda item 9.7, CQB local, technology resources, cybersecurity. This policy relates to the district's cybersecurity training as well as its notification requirements in the event of a cybersecurity and/or security breach. The changes are being prompted by House Bill 150. So House Bill 150 created this new agency, not to replace DIR, but to take away some of the DIR duties and give them to the Texas Cyber Command. And that assumes responsibilities that DIR had once upon a time to include training, prevention, and response to cybersecurity incidents that affect governmental entities. That's going to include school districts. It's going to have for us a 24-hour cybersecurity hotline, but it's going to require of us a 48-hour report if and when we see a security breach or are affected by a cybersecurity incident. It's also going to require notification to the TCC by the 10th business day following the eradication, recovery, closure of any given reported incident.
Does the report have to, is there thresholds we have to hit that trigger that security breach, like if it's a small breach?
Yes.
And there isn't any personal
Yes.
information that's being released, then do we still have to report it, or?
That's a good question. So security breach and cybersecurity incident is actually defined within the bill. I don't have it with me, but importantly, the local policy, the changes that are being made to the local policy wouldn't have it either. They're not in there. TASB didn't recommend that we include them. That detail would probably best fit in a regulation. So CQB regulation would lay out what constitutes, what meets that threshold, if you will, of a cybersecurity incident. And actually, TASB sent us some regulations, their update on the regulations this morning. So that's my next task. I will be reviewing the regulations that are counterpart to these policies before you.
I don't know if this is outside the scope, but speaking on incidents, do we have any type of insurances available in the event there is a security breach that the district is being covered and our IT professionals that
Yes,
we have
sir.
are being covered? So
Yes, we do. That's something I had to look into recently for a different reason. And I can confirm we do have insurance that would cover a cybersecurity attack or incident. Yes, sir. Any other questions? Okay. Agenda item 9.8, CQD local, technology resources, artificial intelligence. This is a new policy. You've never had it before. And so TASB is recommending this new policy to cover new training requirements in the area of artificial intelligence under House Bill 3512, House Bill 150, and House Bill 1500. And it also provides some very general parameters for acceptable use of AI by both employees and students. These laws require training on AI through certified programs that are going to focus on forming and understanding how AI works, how it may be used in relation to that person's responsibilities, and teach best practices on literacy and deploying the AI technologies. And my initial reading of those bills tells me that all of us will have to take training on AI. Basically, every employee that works for the school district so long as artificial intelligence plays into their job in one way or another, whether it be HR or TIS or academics. And so we're still kind of unpacking some of these bills, if you will, but we're also expecting guidelines from the Texas Cybersecurity Command Agency, which is a brand new agency, and so they're probably still in the early stages of their origin.
But this is another policy, at least in my opinion, that was, we're just going to throw this out there because AI is a big deal, so we're going to throw out something that says AI on it. Why does, or where does the state get, where does the state get off saying, this is how you're going to teach your students? Isn't that what TEA is for, and what the TEKs are for, and what the technology professionals that go and create these TEKs and decide this is what the students should be learning in regards to technology, as opposed to elected officials who could be retired firefighters and say, oh, we want AI thrown in there. It's difficult to swallow all of these that are being thrown at us.
Yeah, a lot of changes, but I think ultimately for the good of the organization, I think artificial intelligence is going to require some best practices be developed.
But that should come from the professionals who understand AI, like the people who write the TEKs.
And I think the command center is going to be comprised of AI experts, from what I understand. It's almost like they branched off of DIR. And before this new command center, it was DIR, who was basically the state agency expert on anything related to technology. So we have high hopes, and we're looking.
They're not educators, so I don't. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Any other questions? Okay. Agenda item 9.9, CSA Local Facility Standards, Safety and Security. This is a policy that relates to safety and security standards that apply to our district facilities. We have a new law, and so this policy is being recommended for related changes. Senate Bill 8 requires that all governmental entities, municipalities, counties, local governments, including school districts, now designate for single-sex use any private space. And so private spaces, as we commonly define them and know them, include restrooms, locker rooms, showers, basically any place where a person at any point in time reasonably could be in a state of undress, right? So changing from uniform to workout clothes, or using the restroom, or showering. That would be considered a private space. So this local policy basically makes it a YISD policy that all such facilities be designated to only one sex. That doesn't include single-use facilities. So if it's the nurse's restroom, it doesn't have to be designated only for women or men or girls or boys, so long as it's truly single use, not multiple stalls, not an area for persons to congregate, it's single use. So
Does this policy include funding?
I'm sorry?
Does this policy come with funding?
It does not.
Can we pull this one for a vote also, please?
Okay, this is CSA local, if we can pull that from the policy action. Any questions before we move forward? Agenda item 9.10, DBD local, employment requirements and restrictions, conflict of interest. This is the policy that relates to prohibited conflicts of interest and related disclosure requirements and exceptions. So again, due to changes in the law, TASB is recommending a few changes for this policy. Specifically, House Bill 3372 now prohibits school district administrators from receiving financial benefit for the performance of personal services for certain business entities. So what that means is administrators, to include principals, central office administrators, and the superintendent, are prohibited from receiving any financial gain for personal services if and when those services are going to businesses that conduct or solicit business with any school district, charter school, or region service center. there's an exception in the law. So the law says if you're an administrator of this kind, you can seek and receive board approval of that arrangement. So if you're moonlighting, right, maybe for Region 19, providing consulting or training services, you can only do so, assuming you're an administrator of this kind, if you receive board approval. A few neighboring districts have already taken employment, like side employment contracts to their boards for approval. Not very many, but it's already been done, because I want to say this new law went into effect September 1st of 2025. Any questions?
So what this is saying is we have a robotics instructor who's fantastic at robotics, and he has the opportunity to go and teach other districts.
It doesn't include
robotics.
instructors. No, not teachers, only administrators. And so it's really limited to those who are responsible for district operations, whether it be at the campus or at central office.
Okay, let's say it's Mr. Salgado, and he happens to be a robotics expert. He can't go teach robotics at Andrews on his time off.
For financial gain?
Right.
No.
Can we pull this one too, please?
Okay, this is DBD local. Any other questions before we move on to the next policy?
This would not include trustees?
This would not include trustees. You have your own policy on conflicts of interest.
Thank you.
Agenda item 9.11, DEC local. And I think we're almost done. I think we have maybe 2 more policies after this. Compensation and benefits, leaves and absences. So this is the policy that relates to employee leaves and absences. It includes definitions and procedures for requesting leave, and then the administration of these benefits. Again, some new legal requirements that came into effect resulting from the last legislative session are prompting some recommended changes. Mainly House Bill 2 that now provides that classroom teachers will be provided the option to not use paid leave during FMLA. So generally, the rule was that if you're going to seek FMLA, you have to concurrently exhaust your paid leave. You have to use them both, your FMLA time and your paid leave time. Now the state of Texas is telling us under House Bill 2 that classroom teachers get to decide, but it's only leave that pertains to or is related to pregnancy, birth, or adoption of a child. TASB has also included a new definition under House Bill 2 for daily rate of pay, and it requires that teacher, counselors, and librarians' daily rates for the purposes of salary reductions for unpaid leave be calculated as a total annual salary divided by the number of their duty days under their contract. Any questions? Agenda item 9.12, DFBB local, term contracts non-renewal. This is a policy that lays out all the reasons for and the process required to non-renew a Chapter 21 employee's term contract. Unsurprisingly, it brings in SB 12 and it says, look, if you're under a term contract under Chapter 21 and you violate SB 12, guess what? Now there's a reason for the board to consider your non-renewal. So that's what these changes are proposing. Additionally, it made a minor, TASB recommended a minor change to the section related to disability and the ability to perform the essential functions of the job. Any questions? Okay, agenda item 9.13, DGBA local, personnel management relations, employee complaints and grievances. Again, changes from SB 12. One of the changes that's not necessarily new to Ysleta is that the complaint has to be filed at the lowest, with the lowest level administrator with the authority to remedy. So someone who at the campus, for example, might be able to overturn a decision that was made the basis of the complaint. Any complaint not filed with the appropriate administrator is going to be considered filed on that same date and time anyway. And so it's now our obligation to take it and redirect it to the appropriate administrator. And so basically the grievant, the complainant, won't be penalized for filing it with the wrong person. It also requires recusal of a hearing officer if he or she is the subject of the complaint. And allows districts to investigate the complaint and the allegations at any level of the grievance process. We have 3 levels of review. So we have that initial level 1, and then the employee gets to appeal to level 2 or level 3. Level 3 is ultimately before you all as a board, and you all become the fact finders, the decision makers in that grievance. The employee against whom a complaint is filed is given now an opportunity to provide a written response, and that becomes part of the record for that grievance. Written decisions have to include information for filing an appeal, and then there's some additional changes that revise the deadlines to file, to appeal, to receive a written decision, and then we also clarify within the policy whether the deadline is based on calendar days or business days. Any questions?
Well, is it calendar or business days?
We decided in certain sections, we wanted to go with business days, and I think that's particularly important for any school district because we have those stretches of breaks. We have the intersession, coupled with the spring break, or we have that winter break. And so when we're not in the office, we want to have the ability to not have that time, that clock ticking against us. And so we made it so that it falls in under a business day calendar. Yes, sir. Okay, agenda item 9.14, DH Local Employee Standards of Conduct. This is a policy that relates to employee accountability under the Texas Educators Code of Ethics. Several new laws have prompted proposed changes to this policy, beginning with Senate Bill 706. So that law tells us that a handgun license from any other state will be recognized in Texas. So long as it's a valid license to carry, we're going to recognize it in Texas. And that's important in the case that we have an allegation that Joe Schmo, our teacher, our math teacher, brought a gun to campus, right? And so there's exceptions, is he holding it in his car, in a parked, locked car, and, that's okay. But this new law now tells us you can't penalize your employee for having a gun under a valid license from another state, so long as obviously it meets those other exceptions, not having it on their person, for example. Senate Bill 12 also now prohibits certain classroom instruction or activities, as we discussed, DEI duties, and also assisting with a student's social transitioning. So that means basically when a student is transitioning from their sex at birth to the opposite sex. So what does it mean for us to be prohibited from assisting with social transitioning? That means we're not allowed to use preferred pronouns. We're not allowed to permit the student to use a facility of the opposite sex, designated for the opposite sex. There's a laundry list of things. And so we're now prohibited under SB 12 from engaging in any of those things. That is weaved into DH Local because it becomes one of the employee standards of conduct, the you will and the you will nots, right? And so that's one of the areas where it's expected of our employees to abide by these new standards of conduct, if you will. Senate Bill 571 also requires us to notify parents of a student with whom a district employee or a service provider of ours is alleged to have engaged in a romantic or inappropriate relationship. Any questions?
Can we pull that one also, please?
I'm sorry?
Can we pull that one also? Any that deal with, I forget
DEI?
the term.
Is it the DEI duties? Could you note, Ms. Mathewson?
Social transitioning, anything that deals with social transitioning?
Policy DH local, please, to be pulled. And this is the last policy, y'all. Agenda item 9.17, FNG local. It's very similar. This is the student rights and responsibilities, student and parent complaints and grievances. The changes are very similar to those made to DGBA, which is the employee grievance process, right? The FNG grievance process is really only for students and parents. And SB 12 tells us this, that for the complaints filed by students and parents, they have separate changes in the law to note within your policies. It says that now we're to give parents or students at least 60 days to file a complaint following the date after they knew or should have known of any facts giving rise to the grievance, right? So a student doesn't get picked for their extracurricular activity, and the decision is communicated, on a certain date. Well, 60 days from that date is the period that they have to file a complaint under FNG. But SB 12 also says, well, if a parent has engaged in informal attempts to try and resolve the grievance, they get additional time. So they don't get the 60, they're going to get the 90 days to file their complaint under policy FNG. Or if at one point or another, the student or parent received information on how to file the grievance, they're going to get 30 days from that date to file their complaint under FNG. This is basically a law that expands parental rights and favors longer extended deadlines for filing a complaint under your local policy. It also prohibits retaliation by any district official, employee against a student or a parent who files a grievance under this policy.
How is an informal attempt defined?
So we define it in local policy. It's almost like we consider it an informal conference. We set a meeting or maybe a teleconference if that's more convenient for the parent or the student complainant. And it's similar to almost like a mediation session where we're coming together to address the complaints. We haven't started any of the process because once you start the process, it's very technical. You have to basically build a record. You have to set a hearing. The hearing is limited in the time that's allotted to make your presentation. So in the spirit of, let's just try to resolve this without having to go to a grievance, you basically just come together and try to reach a compromise. And you
But
end.
it's like a formal meeting that's documented. It's not, I'm here at the football game and there's that teacher who I have the grievance against.
No, there's more planning involved. There's what works for you? Can you meet here at the, central office, or can we meet at the campus? Yeah, it's a little more planned. It's not that informal, but it's basically a meeting that falls outside of the grievance process.
And then you stated this was the last policy. Did we go over the policy where if the superintendent or the district receives 5 grievances, then the superintendent has to go before the State Board of Education?
So that is going to be in a different policy from my understanding. So as you can see, SB 12 made it into several.
We haven't gone over that one yet, right?
I'm sorry?
We're not going over that one? That one's not a slide?
No, not under FNG. Not under FNG. Yeah.
It's not a slide on any of the policies that we're going over tonight? Because you said this one's the last one?
This is the last one. This is the last local policy tonight. There's going to be more policies next month. I'm bringing.
But on our agenda, we don't have the one where if we get 5 grievances, then you got to go visit the State Board of
reporting
Education.
requirement. If it's anywhere, it might be on this one, but that would be a recitation of law. So to be honest, Mr. Haggerty, I think that one is actually in the legal policy, if I'm not mistaken, the reporting requirement for the superintendent. And again, that's one way that the state is going to be able to keep an eye on SB 12 compliance. Any other questions? So you can expect a slew of additional policies next month. And if it's okay with you, I'll provide a presentation again, just to kind of hit on the bullets and the highlights.
Since we already have those in mind and you know that those are coming down the pipe, can we get those a week before the meeting? That way we have time to go over them a little bit better and maybe get our
That'd be
questions
fine
answered
with me.
earlier.
Yeah, that'd be fine with me. I have,
Thank you, Ms. Mata.
we can provide the information, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll take it over from here. Ms. Mathewson, do you want to read the pulled items, just so we can go over it real quick?
Sure. I have pulled policy item number 2, item number 4251, policy BE local board meetings. I have policy item number 4, item number 4253, policy CJ local contracted services. Pulled policy number 9, item number 4258, policy CSA local facility standards, safety and security. Item number 10, pulled policy item 4259, policy DBD local employment requirements and restrictions, conflict of interest. And number 14, item number 4263, policy DH local employee standard of conduct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On to the action items. Donation to the Bel Air High School wrestling team. Number 2, 2026-27 instructional calendar. Number 3, solicitation of 22601 RFP E-rate 2026 network electronic miscellaneous equipment. Number 4, solicitation of 226002 RFP E-rate 2026 campus UPS. Number 5, solicitation of 226003 RFP E-rate 2026 NGFW maintenance and support. Number 6, solicitation of 226005 RFP E-rate 2026 fiber upgrade school closets. That's it. The order of the agenda has been approved. May I have an electronic motion on the remaining consent agenda items listed on the agenda as recommended by administration?
Mr. President, I move to approve the consent agenda items listed on this agenda as recommended by the administration.
I have a second by Mr. Haggerty. Please cast your electronic votes. All votes are in. Results are in. 5 in favor, none opposed. Policy items. The order of the agenda has been approved. Pulled policy items will be taken under consideration under Section 10, pulled policy items. May I have an electronic motion on the policy agenda items listed as agenda as recommended by administration? I have a motion by Trustee Woodruff.
I move to approve the remaining policy agenda items listed on this agenda as recommended by TASB Updates 125 and 126 and Ysleta language as recommended by administration. Do I need to call the numbers of the pulled ones? Okay.
I have a second by Trustee Hernandez. Please cast your electronic votes. The results are in. 5 in favor, none opposed.
Now we have to go to the pulled ones.
Excuse me.
We have to go to the pulled ones.
So policy item
Side.
pulled? Yeah, she's going to come get it.
President Bustillos, would you like me to go through the numbers again of which ones we pulled?
Yes.
Okay,
Again, I don't know if I'm getting added on here.
that's okay. I've got pulled policy agenda item number 2,
Uh-huh.
and it's item number 4251, policy BE, local board meetings.
Right?
Then I've got item number 4, agenda item 4253, policy CJ, local,
Right?
contracted services. Then item number 9,
Not
4258, policy CSA, local facility standards, safety and security. Number 10, 4259, policy DBD, local, employment requirements and restrictions, conflict of interest. Then number 14, item 4263,
Right.
policy DH, local,
That's what I got.
employee standards of conduct.
Okay.
So I had requested 1, 2, 4, 8, 9, 10, and 14.
So the one that you didn't cite was 8
And also 1.
and 1?
1. So you wanted 1, 2,
1, 2, 4,
1, 2, 4,
8, 9, 10, and
8,
14.
9, 10, and 14. Did you get that, Ms. Mathewson?
Yes,
Okay.
with that being said, we have already voted as a consent on policy. If you give me a minute, I can clear that vote and bring it down, okay?
Why don't you take just a second to take a break?
Okay. Let's go ahead and get about 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Yes. So. I have number 1 that was pulled. Do we have any discussion on policy DBA local office officials, duties, requirements of board officers?
Mr. President, remember, we can still have discussion after a motion, but I'd like to make a motion to approve as recommended by administration.
I have a mover by Trustee Hernandez. For policy 1.
Policy 1.
And a second by Trustee Dwyer. Please cast all electronic votes. All votes are in. 4 in favor, 1 opposed. On to policy BE local board meetings. Do we have a discussion?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the revisions as recommended by administration with the addition that it's specified a board meeting cannot occur. Board meetings must occur after 5 p.m. on a Monday through Friday.
Have a motion. Have a motion by Trustee Hernandez. Have a second by Trustee Dwyer.
Mr. Bustillos?
Yes, sir.
If I might add something. A workshop is considered a board meeting. So if the intent is to not have even workshops on Saturdays, then that's fine. But if the desire is to distinguish between a workshop meeting and a meeting where there's actually action, then that distinction should be made in the motion.
Mr. Safi, thank you. My concern was that a meeting not be called in the early morning hours. It already says outside of working hours, but I wanted to clarify for Monday through Friday that a meeting or a workshop not be called before 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. I think Saturday and Sunday we can have more flexibility for that, so I'm only recommending for Monday through Friday after 5 p.m.
That's fine. Then I misunderstood. So I think the intent of the motion then is that if the meeting's going to be on Monday through Friday, then it needs to start at 5 p.m. or later.
Correct.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All votes have been cast. We have 5 in favor, none opposed. On to policy CJ Loco, contracted service. Do you have a discussion?
Mr. President, if, yeah.
You want to make a motion?
I'll go ahead and make the motion because I'd like to make the motion to approve the revisions to policy BED as recommended by administration.
It's CJ. Number 4 is
I'm sorry, I was reading
CJ
3.
Local
I'm
Contract
sorry.
Services.
Correct. Let me restate my motion. I move to approve revisions to policy CJ as recommended by TSB and its policy update.
Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
I didn't like the way the policy was written. I think it's too easy for somebody to interpret it in a way that could hurt local businesses that were looking to do business with the district by just the mere fact that the majority of El Paso is a minority. And what I don't want to see is outside entities coming in and using that to their favor to try to win contracts when we should be promoting our local organizations much more so than anyone from out of state. 'Cause they're born here, they live here, they're going to do a better job, in my opinion, and you're not going to convince me otherwise. And that's why I can't vote for it.
Thank you, Mr.
If, I want to get my thoughts on the record as well. I share those same concerns, but I'm voting for it because to protect the district. This is being state mandated. I disagree with it as well. I will be working and advocating with state legislators on this issue. But the only reason, it's not because I agree with it, it's because we have to, or the district risks facing penalty. Just for the record, for the public record of why I moved to support this policy. Thank you, Mr. President.
And board members, Priscilla Mata for the record, Chief Counsel. There is actually an exception to these DEI duties. So DEI duties do not include, for example, to your point, Mr. Haggerty, a prohibition against doing business with the minority-owned business person, or I think it's hub certified business. So it doesn't undermine the spirit of the existing preferential treatment, if you will, for businesses of those kind, especially the ones that we see here in our community. So that shouldn't happen under this local policy.
I can't good conscience vote for it. I don't trust it. I don't trust the way lawmakers are taking advantage of wording and policies, the way that they find ways to make it fit their definition, and then it somehow becomes law like this, and my vote's still no.
Thank you. We have a second by Trustee Woodruff. Please cast your votes. All votes are in. We have 4 in favor and 1 opposed. Thank you. On to number 8, policy CQD, technology resources, artificial intelligence. We have a discussion.
Again, my issue with this one is it's not educators, it's not necessarily even information technology experts that are coming up with these mandates that we're supposed to then implement in the classroom for students. When we have an entire organization designed to create curriculum, we have educators that know what they're doing and know how to deliver the information that they need for students. So why this has to be accepted and how we're somehow breaking the law by not following what they say in this as opposed to what TEA has already put out in their technology teaks, I don't get it. So again.
I appreciate your comments, Trustee Haggerty, but I'm not seeing it that way. I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think that's being taken away from teachers. I am optimistic that these folks that are providing the training do have the expertise and the understanding. I think it's important that we finally address artificial intelligence. It's never going away. It's just becoming a bigger thing. And I knew it was only a matter of time before AI is being implemented into schools. It's a matter of time before it's being taught on how to properly prompt or how to properly do research and et cetera. And I think this is a starting point. Will we see hiccups or disagreements that'll probably later be changed? I imagine so, but I'm in favor of this because I think it's a starting point. And with that, I'd like to move to approve, this is number 8, right? Yeah, new policy CQD as recommended by TASB, and it's policy update number 126.
We have a motion by Trustee Hernandez, a second by Trustee Woodruff. Please cast your votes. All votes have been cast. We have 4 in favor, 1 opposed. On to number 9, policy CSA local, facility standard, safety, and security. Do we have discussion?
I think we already do a pretty good job as far as accommodating individuals who need private space, and this is one more unfunded mandate that they're, if it came with funding, it would be different, but it doesn't. And we're already pretty strapped. So if we need to now create new places, create signage, whatever, to designate these private spaces in accordance with this new law, send the money along with it.
So that wasn't my understanding of this policy. What I'm understanding is that this is to make sure that safe spaces are where females get to use female bathrooms and males get to use male bathrooms and showers and things like that, not providing extra spaces for.
That's
Am I-
correct, Ms.
am I
Woodruff.
wrong? No?
No, you're correct. Priscilla Mata, Chief Counsel for the district. So SB 8 doesn't require us to provide any additional private spaces. It says the private spaces you already have within your facilities, to the extent that you've designated them for both sexes at any given time, don't do that. You're now prohibited from doing that. You can only designate a multi-use facility to one sex. And the state of Texas, through a separate bill, defines sex as biological sex. That's a separate bill.
The way you
And
were
so-
just
and-
describing it, it was one person using the entire facility at a time.
No, single-use facilities can still be unisex. So nurse's restroom can be visited by a boy, a girl, so long as it's not at the same time. Those can remain unisex.
Yes, I misunderstood what you were
It's-
saying and what you had on the slide.
Right.
And again, that's why I asked if it came with extra funding, because it looks like we're having to create.
So to
Or
be,
you just use the single use, meaning one person's using it.
No, it says, I think the slide says that single use remains the same. It can be designated for unisex. It can be designated for any sex because it's a single use. What the state of Texas doesn't want is men going into women's restrooms or into locker rooms. Any private space has to be private and designated for only one sex at a time. So, I mean, there may be costs associated for other
They're not-
governmental entities who haven't designated their private spaces, but we don't anticipate many costs associated with this bill here at Ysleta.
As far as I'm aware, nowhere in the district do we allow just anyone to use any bathroom that they want, correct?
We do not, right.
So
We do not.
I misunderstood, I guess,
okay, just,
this policy.
so to be clear, pretty much everything's staying the same, right? Because we pretty much already practiced this?
That's correct.
There's not a facility associated with the district where this would have to be addressed?
No, not, well, in some cases, what SB 8 also tells us is that we can make exceptions. So just like we designate a private space, we can designate that same space non-private for temporary use. The example is this. You have a male coach for a girls' volleyball team. At some point, they're all in the locker room together. Under SB 8, that could be considered a violation. But SB 8 says, look, we understand custodians have to go into restrooms, a nurse, an EMT may have to go into a private space if there's an emergency. Those are okay. If you have a band coming together inside of a locker room facility because they're visiting, you know, another school or they're performing at another school, technically that could be a violation. But the exception to SB 8 that SB 8 allows us to do is basically say, for this competition, for this period of time, we're going to designate the space as non-private. So come one, come all, right? Boys, girls, men, women, because it's not being used for its typical private use. So there's exceptions, there's limited exceptions, but there's no requirement that we create new spaces.
Could we approve this by adding language that would require you bringing any associated costs with this to the board? Should a locker room have to be built to be compliant with this, or a bathroom or something? Would we know about this, or are you guys just going to do it?
I don't think we would ever have to do that. Oh, for multi-use.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess the way it was
Right.
explained, I felt. I misunderstood the way it was.
So Ms. Camburn is remarking that she doesn't anticipate costs associated with this SB 8 prohibition. It would only be in the case of the inverse, if the inverse is true. So if the state of Texas said, you have to designate your facilities for both sexes, so any given, restroom or locker room should be designated for both and should be accommodating to both sexes.
Yes.
That's obviously not the case, so I don't anticipate costs.
And I apologize, the way I understood it was we now have to have private spaces for single use. So if someone decides, I don't like changing in front of the other girls, then
Oh, right,
I have to
No.
have my own private changing room.
right.
And I can see where that would definitely increase costs, because now we have to
Sure.
have individual rooms for everybody to change, which isn't a bad thing, given that we have the funding to do it, but we don't. So that was my understanding, and that was why I asked it. to have
I
it
see, I understand.
Well, with that, I'll go ahead and move to approve the revisions to policy CSA local as recommended by TASB, and it's policy update number 126.
Go ahead and press.
Yeah.
A motion by trustee Hernandez, a second by trustee Dwyer. Please cast all votes. All votes have been
President
cast.
Bustillos, did we read the motion?
Yes.
He,
We have 5 in favor, none opposed. On to number 10, policy DBD, local employment requirements and restrictions, conflict of interest. Have discussion?
Again, with this one, if any administrator in their free time wants to go earn extra money, why shouldn't they be allowed to go earn extra money?
May I have a motion?
But can you remind me, is this state mandated, or is this up to us?
Yeah, so this is now a legal prohibition under state law. And it's not just any administrator, it really focuses on administrators that have significant duties in the operations of a school district. And
Except for the top administration, right? They can have,
No,
No.
it includes the top administration. It includes your superintendent, it includes.
but I thought with board approval, the superintendent can go do stuff.
Yes, but the prohibition is specifically doing business with, so you're getting financial gain by doing business with another school district, another charter, region education service center,
But
right?
I thought you had stated that a superintendent can with board approval.
No, an administrator can, with the exception of the superintendent and associate superintendents can seek board approval to moonlight. But remember that this policy relates to conflicts of interest.
So a principal and a director and a associate to the associate can go with board approval?
Not associate superintendents.
No,
So superintendents and associate superintendents cannot do it even with board approval. All other administrators with significant duties in the operation of the district can seek board approval. And that process would require them to bring their employment contract to the board, the employment contract with the other entity. But they're really focused on true conflicts of interest. Is this administrator working for another school district? They shouldn't be, right? Are they working for, right, or a vendor? Are they working for a charter school? Are they moonlighting for Region 19?
But if they're doing their job at the district that they're working for, who cares?
It's just now a legal prohibition.
Okay.
Mr. President, I move to approve revisions to policy DBD local as recommended by TASB and it's policy update number 126.
I have a motion by trustee Woodruff, a second by trustee Bustillos. Please cast your votes. All votes are in. For approved, 1 opposed. On to number 14, policy DH, local employee standard of conduct. Do we have discussion?
I do. I think this one has got me the most frustrated just because of the language that's used and the way it's written, and the way that I've seen how Ysleta treats its students. By that I mean several years ago, I remember when Dr. De La Torre said something that still resonates with me today. Matter of fact, I think he was sitting in that seat. When we first started talking, or when we first started hearing talks about the government possibly taking action on undocumented students, and I was visibly upset, and I expressed my opinions to Dr. De La Torre, and I remember he replied, I'm paraphrasing, but basically he replied that if a student walks through our doors, we're going to educate them. We're not asking where they came from. They're here in Ysleta, they're our students, we're going to take care of them, period. Our job is to educate them, feed them, make them feel safe, give them the tools to succeed. And that stuck with me. And in my opinion, I think that's one of the core values that makes Ysleta the best district anywhere, period. I definitely want to make it clear that as far as politics go, I don't care what your thoughts are on DEI. I don't care what your thoughts are on social transitioning. What I care about is our students and our employees who call Ysleta home. I find it kind of poignant that we're going to be celebrating Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday in a few days because he's the man that wrote from a jail cell, "One has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws." And he was quoting St. Augustine, who said an unjust law is no law at all. And I don't feel these are hypotheticals. These are the kind of questions our teachers are hearing from our students, who will be hearing from our students, that under SB 12, teachers cannot answer these questions that these students are asking. We're looking to approve policies tonight that will reflect recent state law, but that denies kids and district employees the right to feel safe. And I want to give examples of what I mean. I'm not just throwing out hypotheticals. We have a kid, a student, who is curious about transitioning or even thinking about transitioning.
Yeah.
Again, whether I agree with it or not, it's irrelevant. This is what the kid is thinking.
Thank you, trustee Hagerty.
So let's say, sorry, this is what the kid's thinking. He goes to a teacher who he trusts and says, "What's wrong with me? Am I broken?" The teacher's supposed to say, "I can't talk to you about it, go talk to your mom." I did talk to my mom about it. She slapped me in the face and said, "I'm going to hell." We're supposed to allow that. We're supposed to vote for that and put it in office and put it into policy. Who cares if the kid wants to be called Alex instead of Andrea? So what? The issue I have is putting this on students and the students not being able to do anything about it, whether they have these feelings or not. School needs to be the safe place. If an adult wants to be called Andrea instead of Alex, they can go to the county, they can fill out the form, spend $450, change their name to Andrea. Okay, now you're Andrea, right? Student doesn't have $450 and ride down to the county. Student can't do that. It doesn't cost anything to let the student figure out for themselves, what am I doing? I'm asking for mentorship from the adults that I trust. And the adults are supposed to turn and look at their students and say, "Can't help you. Sorry, I'll break the law, I'll get fired." I have no issues voting this down because the law, I feel like the law is designed to hurt students, period. Whether you agree with what it's talking about or not. These are kids. They're in school to figure out, who am I? What are these changes I'm going through? Can you help me out? Can you help me understand? And we're supposed to tell them, can't help you? No? That was it. Thank you.
Thank you for your heart, Mr. Haggerty.
So this is another one attached with a law.
That's correct, Ms. Woodruff. This one specifically ties back to Senate Bill 12. This is the prohibition against assistance with social transitioning. And so it does not allow any employee, it's part of the parental rights bill, where it basically says those are conversations to be had at home. Of course, I understand where Mr. Haggerty's coming from, of course. So we've spent a lot of time training our counselors on SB 12 because there's still a human aspect at the end of the day to what we do, to what they do in particular. But it is unfortunately a legal prohibition now on any and all school district employees and volunteers and contractors of school districts.
And so in this case, is there also monetary issues when this is broken?
So there's not a civil fine with this one, but there is a reporting mechanism for SB 12 violations. And we have to self-report to TEA. So there could potentially be an investigation, a corrective action plan, and then Mr. Safi and I were just commenting that the Texas Attorney General has not been shy about filing lawsuits against school districts who are out of compliance with these new laws. So there's great liability, risk of liability here.
First, I want to thank you, Trustee Haggerty, for those comments. Made an impression on me, and I agree with what you said. And my question, regarding the scenario, the situation that he gave, where if a student went up to a teacher and the teacher says, well, I can't talk to you about that. You mentioned counselors right now. Does that same rule apply for a counselor? If that kid went to a counselor and had those concerns, the counselor would have to reply in the same way?
So we've engaged, I'm sorry, Bobby, and you can jump in as needed. We've trained our counselors to pull in parents and provide information to parents and facilitate communication between parent and student, only because SB 12 now requires it and prohibits withholding information from parents. SB 12 is very extensive in what we can and cannot do. I don't know if you want to add something to that, Bobby, but.
The most important thing that we discuss is a counselor is never not going to empathize with a student. I'm a counselor by trade, and our nature is naturally to empathize. The important part of this is that although we are going to be empathetic and we're going to always address the needs of students, we have to communicate this specific situation directly with the parent. And we can't tell the student whether they're wrong or right, because that's not our decision to make. We can empathize, we can listen, but we definitely need to get the parent involved immediately.
In the hypothetical or the non-hypothetical, Mr. Haggerty, that you described earlier, I wanted to add that if we suspect that there is abuse or neglect at home related to this student transitioning or exploring transition, we have a duty to that student, first and foremost. That is now triggering a call to CPS. And so there are exceptions built into SB 12. If and when abuse or neglect of a child is suspected, we don't have to report to the parent directly. We're looking out for the student's well-being first and foremost. So the counselors are trained to look out for these flags, and so there's different protocol depending on the situation that's described to a counselor.
And if it isn't seen as abuse, like the student who years past came to my house because the dad said, I found out that you're something that I don't want in a son, so you're not my son and you're not living here anymore. Get out. how do you facilitate that meeting?
In that situation, that could be neglect. If the student is a minor and has been kicked out of their home, so we would probably involve CPS at that point. Again, because we have obligations to homeless students too. So the protocols are very case specific. I can't give you, one answer for every situation without more detail. But it's not a cold shoulder. I mean, I don't want to give you the impression that SB 12 has turned our counselors to, stone.
No, I don't see that happening, but I know at the same time, like just with what Ms. Russell said, that depending on how somebody perceives your empathy, you're now subject to disciplinary action up to including termination. And that's again where I feel we're not making our employees feel safe. What happens if this kid comes up to you? What are you supposed to do? It's like, I can't tell this kid no, but at the same time, if I say anything, I'm fired. When I looked up online, the Trevor's Project 2024 National Survey, that's where I'm getting the info. 41% of LGBTQ plus young people considered killing themselves, at least at one point in their life or not. But when an accepting adult stepped in and spoke with them, it decreased the suicide risk by 40%. So if we save one kid by telling the lawmakers that this specific law is written very poorly. If you want to get your feelings done in a different way, it needs to be something different. But the way this language is, it's just wrong.
We have a motion.
I totally agree with what Mr. Haggerty is saying. Unfortunately, I think this is another thing that we're going to have to fight at the state level. And I totally agree with what he's saying. But until we can get our legislatures to listen, I think that we're kind of at a loss on not putting ourselves at risk, I think, by not going ahead and putting this policy in. And also with the knowing that we are still going to have caring adults in our school district that are going to do their best to help every child. So I'm going to go ahead and make the motion. I move to approve revisions to policy DH local as recommended by TASB in its policy update number 126.
A motion by Trustee Woodruff, a second by Trustee Dwyer. And I also agree with Trustee Haggerty on this and Trustee Woodruff. We need to get out and vote and change the legislation that's up there to make these policies better for our kids. Thank you. We have 3 yes and 2 oppose. Thank you. Now moving on to our action items. Number 1, donation to Bel Air High School wrestling team. May I have an electronic motion? A motion by Trustee Woodruff.
Before I make this motion, this is such a happier subject than what we've been talking about. I'm just so glad that we have caring booster clubs that give our children opportunities to go to different places and not be stuck in El Paso, especially when we have budgetary concerns and things where we can't necessarily send all of our teams to all the places we'd like them to get to go. And so I just want to say thank you to the Bel Air Wrestling Booster Club for allowing our young people to experience wrestling in another part of the country. So I move to accept a donation valued at $5,384 to the Bel Air High School Wrestling Team from the Bel Air Wrestling Booster Club.
I have a second by Trustee Hernandez. Please cast your electronic votes. Results are in. I have 5 in favor, none opposed. Action item number 2, the 2026-2027 instructional calendar. May I have an electronic motion?
Mr. President, before we make a motion, I'd like to have some discussion, and I will be making an amendment to the motion. I'm anticipating there might be another motion wanting to be made. Just we can, if my amendment to the motion is approved, we can continue to make further amendments to the motion if needed. It's no secret, this has been very important to me for about a year. I think it was about a year ago when I first asked for the data regarding the Monday after Easter and the Monday after the Super Bowl. And at that meeting, it was confirmed that indeed, those days we have very high absences among students, and we have a high number of call-ins with teachers. I was not able to make an amendment to that. It kind of all happened at once. Actually, I don't even think it was a calendar meeting. I think it was something else that came up. But nonetheless, this has been on my radar for a long time. I brought it up again in the fall, and I mentioned it to Dr. De La Torre. We came together with Dr. Chacon, and so they've worked on a lot of calendars, and they know the big concern with giving those 2 Mondays off is, well, how is it going to affect the rest of the calendar? We have 2 weeks off in the fall, 2 weeks off in the winter, 2 weeks off in the spring. We have a full week off for Thanksgiving. And it's been said, and nobody, the vast majority don't want that messed with. Also, trying to be ATSI compliant also posed more challenges. And it took a lot of work, but Dr. Chacon was successful in coming up with a calendar that pretty much stays very much the same as what we're used to, including all our vacation weeks remaining intact, being ATSI compliant, and us being able to have the Monday after Easter off and the Monday after the Super Bowl off. I've been very public about where I stand on this issue and why. I have had nothing but overwhelming support for having not only the Monday after Easter, but also the Monday after Super Bowl. For most teachers and administrators, they didn't need the data. It was super obvious why I was recommending that. It's an ADA issue. They know, they don't need to see data to know of how many absences we see every day and the teachers that call in. To know that that day is pretty much of a wash of instruction when teachers have to be in a classroom where they have a high number of absences, or there's not even a teacher in that classroom that day because there's a substitute teacher. And on top of that, it's been confirmed, we're losing tens of thousands of dollars on these Mondays. We know our financial situation is tough and we need to pinch every penny. We know a lot is mandated by the state, and this is one of the very few areas where we as a board can make a decision without state's interference and be strategical to help increase our funding. Let me be clear, this is not about football or the Super Bowl, and it certainly isn't about President's Day. There was public comment earlier today referring to a poll. Well, that poll said, would you want President's Day off so that you have to come an extra day to work? I never got any data on President's Day. It just happens to be that President's Day happens to be the Monday after the Super Bowl. But of course, there's no enthusiasm to have President's Day off. There's a lot of enthusiasm to have the Monday after the Super Bowl off. So I'm very grateful that what's being recommended, it does include the Monday after Easter. That certainly is progress. That certainly will save us tens of thousands of dollars. But as I was saying, it's not about the Super Bowl. It's about identifying low attendance days and being strategical with it so that we can increase our ADA funding. It just happens to be that the Monday after the Super Bowl is a day that we can predict every year our absences are going to be well above the average, as well as teachers calling in on that day, further making our expenses, our financial situation worse. It seems like a common sense, fiscally responsible thing to do. And let's be frank, the vast majority of parents want this. And remember, if we want to support our teachers, we must listen to families. The revenue follows families where they enroll their students. I'm telling you, if we don't do this, we're going to see our sister districts do it before us. I promise you that. They've reached out and told me that this is a great idea. Like, we're stealing your idea. This is fantastic. We're going to do it. And we have the chance to do it first. All that's going to happen, this calendar is saying that teachers will have to come in on a Thursday. My recommendation to have the Monday after the Super Bowl off would just mean that instead of that Thursday, they come in for a Wednesday. If we're not going to approve the Monday after the Super Bowl, it's only to convenience a few adults. And that convenience is, well, I'm going to come in on Thursday instead of Wednesday. When in reality, for the vast majority of teachers, it's not going to make a practical difference. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve the YISD instructional calendar for 26-27 as presented, except that I believe it's February 15th would be the Monday after the Super Bowl. Not have instruction, and instead have staff come in, I believe it's July 22nd, instead of the 23rd. So to be clear, the only difference to save tens of thousands of dollars and to make a lot of parents and a lot of teachers happy is that we're going to come in on Wednesday instead of Thursday. And the entire calendar remains intact. So I hope we can be innovative, ahead of the curve, do it before our sister districts do it, and approve the calendar that I'm recommending with the Monday after the Super Bowl not having instruction.
Thank you, Trustee Hernandez.
I think it's an innovative idea. I think that it makes financial sense. And even if it's a temporary thing that we're doing for the next year, the next few years, until we are back to being financially stable and receiving the money from the state in a timely manner like we're supposed to. It only makes sense. We need to find every dollar we can save and put those dollars towards education, towards things that we need in the classroom, as opposed to, like you said, having people come in on a Wednesday instead of a Thursday. So
Thank you, Trustee Hagerty.
At this point, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
On that second calendar that that was put out there, was there not a vote? I got an email from one of my campuses telling me how that they voted on that, and one of the campuses voted 69% for calendar A. Is calendar A the one that includes the Super Bowl, or is it not?
So they were asked to present it to their teachers. The DIC, we shared it with them, we shared it with your parents, and they were asked to share it with their teachers back on their campus. What we advised is that there was two options that the board was considering, and that if they had any questions or they had any feedback, to please reach out to you. So calendar A would be the calendar that is, the calendar A included the Super Bowl and Easter Monday.
Are we having a discussion still, or?
Yes, if you want to say
Okay.
something.
The concern I have is this. Ms. Cameron, correct me if I'm off on these numbers. We have approximately 32,000 students. Is that close to being accurate? 32,600. That means we're going to have, give or take a few thousand, 60,000 parents and/or guardians. What I see is the entire city of El Paso going to take the Monday off after the Super Bowl? All right, is the El Paso government going to shut down? Are all of the Walmarts going to shut down? Are buses not going to run? What I feel we're doing is, I want to look after the entire Ysleta district, parents as well. I feel if we do that, if these parents, I have one of my parents works at Walmart, and one of my parents works at downtown at the county building, they're going to have to figure out who's going to watch their child. And I feel that could be a burden on them. And we're talking to a lot of parents and a lot of guardians, aunts, uncles, whoever take care of these children. I would be concerned. Mr. Hernandez had a great idea when it was time to pick a representative, a school board trustee from Del Valle. I, for one, have never talked to my principals or the people in my community about letting them know it's important that you show up to work the Monday after the Super Bowl. I was in this district as a teacher for 30 years. Nobody ever approached me and said, hey, I feel when we reached out to the Del Valle area residents in trying, to get it out there that we were in the process of picking or choosing a trustee from the Del Valle area, the school district sent out emails, it got out there on social media. I, for one, would be willing to go talk to my principals in the Eastwood area and let them know, and all of the employees, and let them know, hey, we're in a financial bind. We need you there on Monday after Super Bowl. I feel if we just suggest that to them, encourage them to be here, that they would show up.
So,
Thank you.
Following that logic, what do parents do with their students in October? And Walmart doesn't shut down and the government doesn't shut down in October for an entire week, but kids are at home for 2 weeks. So what difference does it make, except that this will save us thousands of dollars versus in October?
I'm fine with the Monday after Easter, but I don't think that many people even watch football, if you think about it.
Okay, several things on what you just said. First of all, we don't need to worry about what you think because we have the data. It's undeniable. We have huge absences on that day and huge call-ins. And you're being highly optimistic by, hey guys, show up to work. Teachers have every right to take the days off that they want to, and they're going to do it. And to your concern with, well, how are parents going to take care of their students? Where has that concern been the past 2 years when I bring up that very concern for 2-week vacations in the fall, winter, and vacation, when most parents have to continue working during those times? We have lots of Monday staff development days where the rest of the world continues to work, and we have to make those adjustments. I've heard from parents that even in their personal lives, they also take the day off the Super Bowl from their work. That's why they don't send their kids. So the people have to work the Monday after Easter too in almost every job.
Right.
So you're just cherry picking on where you want to apply that concern. And that's wrong.
I just feel we're heading down a slippery slope. When we
What
start
slippery
changing the
slope?
calendars, what about the day after Halloween? Are
We
gonna
should
go there next?
absolutely do the day after Halloween. 100%. We should also do the day after Halloween. But I recognize change all doesn't happen at once. Honestly, the smart thing to do would be to never have instruction the day after Easter, the day after the Super Bowl, or the day after Halloween. Now, we don't always have school the day after Halloween. We've already kind of addressed it. I mean, just this year, we had Halloween be a half day. In some ways, the district is already addressing Halloween. But we have the data. It's not about football. It's not about the Super Bowl. It's about, we know on this day, we're losing tens of thousands of dollars. And you're okay with that because...
Wait a minute, you're saying
teachers want
tens
to-
of thousands of
That's
dollars?
right.
Do we have a little more accurate count than that? How much is it?
Went over the numbers. I have it in text with you all.
Are we talking about just the day after the Super Bowl?
I have that number readily available, Lindley.
Oh, I have it.
It looks like it's about $27,778 versus the day after Super Bowl.
What is the normal, just any day? What's the average?
That's compared to an average day, correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So compared to an average day, on that Monday, and I think 27,000 is a conservative, we also had to talk about that. At the very least, we're losing $27,000 of ADA funding on that day. And that's okay because we want to come in on Thursday instead of a Wednesday. And we're just talking about teachers. We're only talking about teachers coming in on a Wednesday instead of a Thursday.
No, there's...
To save tens of thousands of dollars.
There's a second adjustment. School would have to start 5 minutes earlier, and students would have to remain 5 minutes later.
Thank you for bringing that up. That's another misinformation that was put out there, and I wasn't very clear. That only applies to elementary schools. It does not apply to middle or high schools. That's because instructional requirement is based on minutes. And the elementary day is shorter than middle school and high school, of course. So to render this, so that we didn't have to add another day or mess up those perfect 2-week vacations that everybody loves because you all want to take your vacations or whatever.
Okay, so I have a motion by
Can I say
trustee
one
Hernan.
thing?
Yes.
So
Hold on, I didn't finish my explanation. I've talked to principals, I've talked to teachers at elementary schools. Everybody agrees this has no meaningful change in their day. Nobody's leaving campus at 2:45 anyways. So if instruction technically goes to 2:50, for all practical means, for parents and teachers, nothing's changing. And it's only for elementary schools. This is to save tens of thousands of dollars and not disrupt the precious calendar of all those weeks of vacation that parents always have to figure out, how am I going to take care of my kids and go to work? We do it all that time. We can do it for the Monday after the Super Bowl.
Trustee Woodruff?
So the only thing I really want to say about that is that the first week of that is not just for vacation. That is for remediation. That's to help kids who are struggling in school. And it's not vacation. People that children who need help during that week, extra help, can get it. And that's true of both March and October. So I feel like it's unfair to call 2 weeks of vacation.
No, it's not because.
Okay, I'm talking, excuse me.
Trustee
I am
Hernandez.
talking. It's my turn. So I feel like that part is unfair. And when you say it's just the elementary schools, I can tell you as a teacher myself, when you add time to, especially we're talking about elementary school as far as kindergarten all the way up through 5th grade, when you add even just a little bit of time to the days of a kindergartner, it can be a big deal. It can be a big deal. And I'm just saying, that's my experience. That's my experience on that. As far as the money is concerned, is this the biggest day that we lose money for a Monday break?
Thank you, Ms. Woodruff. I think what Ms. Russell Garcia gave you was the substitute cost for bringing in teachers on that day.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you the average loss per Monday in order of loss. So the greatest loss is for the Monday after Easter, and the average loss of revenue is $109,000. The day after Halloween, the average loss of revenue is $79,000, and the day after the Super Bowl, or President's Day in 2026, is $36,000, almost $37,000. So it's Super Bowl Monday is the least, then Halloween, and then the day after Easter are the days where you lose the most money.
And then also, was there any kind of survey put out to the school to say which calendar, to the schools where we checked to see which one was the approved one that they liked?
Ms. Woodruff, there was no specific survey. We know that outside entities provided their survey. We provided the information to the teachers, and that's how that information was disseminated through the DEICs.
Okay.
Mr. Hernandez, you have a motion.
No, I'm not done speaking. To address your first comment, Ms. Woodruff, we've been over this the past couple of years. I've asked this question. That is completely optional whether teachers want to participate in that, and it would still be, we could still have 1 week vacation for the majority of students and staff, and also still allow that same week to happen without having another complete week off. Remember, teachers are paid extra to participate in that, and it's voluntary. The other thing is, thank you for clarifying, that $27,000 is only to hire extra money that we normally do to hire substitute teachers. You heard the numbers from Ms. Cameron. They're much higher. I mean, we're talking closer to $100,000. And you gave your personal experience. I took the time to talk to my principals and my teachers. Not all of them, but certainly some of them. And I confidently say it makes no practical, meaningful difference in their day.
So was that, I thought it was $37,000 for the Super Bowl, not $100,000. Am I wrong?
But I'm talking about ADA, and I think Ms. Russell is talking about.
How much was it
For
for that?
substitute teachers, that was the $26,000, but for ADA, I believe Ms. Leeper
It's
said 30.
$109,000.
109 for the Super Bowl then?
No, sorry.
No.
The Super Bowl is only $37,000.
That's what I was saying. So for the Super Bowl, it's $37,000.
Yes, ma'am.
37,000 plus 27,000, which is 64,000. And even if it was $5,000 that we could save, why wouldn't we do it?
Trustee Hernandez, make your motion.
I made my motion.
I have a second by Trustee Haggerty. All
Mr.
votes. Please cast your votes.
Mr. President, again, I think there might, is the motion to have the day after the Super Bowl as a
Correct.
holiday, and then to have teachers report on the 1 day prior to currently. Was the intent of the motion also including instructional time or not?
No, my understanding is that to make it happen so that we have both the Monday after Easter and the Monday after Super Bowl off, this would mean coming in on that Wednesday instead of the Thursday with no other changes. Is that correct, Dr. Chacon?
It also does add the 5 minutes to
And the
school
5
day.
minutes to
Correct.
only elementary schools.
So is that your motion, trustee?
Is that 5 minutes for one day?
5 minutes each day, every day.
The
It
entire school
extends
year?
the school day, the entire school year.
I mean, I would have rather took it out just a day out of the calendar, you know, but
Is that your motion?
Why does changing one day for another day increase the school day by an extra 5 minutes?
Because
10 minutes.
your elementary schools go from 7:30 to 2:30?
But if they come in
To-
Wednesday
to
instead of
2:45.
Thursday, and then we just substitute Monday for that Thursday, I don't understand how there's 24 hours in Monday and there's 24 hours in Thursday.
Yeah, when TIS did the math for the calendar, it does not meet the 75,600 minutes because of that extra day. Your elementaries run 7:30 to 2:45, so we would need to add the 5 minutes to the school day. Also remember, in case you have weather makeups, like for example, what just happened on Monday, all those minutes are banked. We have to ensure we meet 75,600 minutes.
So I guess what I'm misunderstanding is, since we're saying the Monday after Easter and the Monday after the Super Bowl, we're only replacing one of those days. We're not replacing both days.
originally you would just have them come in on Friday, but the Easter's going to make them come in on Thursday, and if we also do the Monday after Super Bowl, then they'll have to come in on Wednesday?
Correct, to meet their 187-day contract.
Then how does that increase the day?
Because kids
But-
are not in session on July 22nd or 23rd. The instructional day starts August 3rd.
So
Again,
couldn't we substitute one of the days in October? And then we don't have those 5 minutes?
You can take the day from any of the breaks if that's what the board approves.
We already have a motion. We already have
For
it.
March, since we're getting another day off in March or April anyway.
Yeah, I think that's another good point of emphasis. I mean, you're right, we do have a motion, but just for a point of emphasis for your consideration when you vote, this doesn't affect students. If you vote no, it's because you're concerned about the convenience of a few adults and not the children. Your no vote will not affect the children in any way. So if you're going to vote no, that's what you're doing.
Thank you, trustee Hernandez, and a second by trustee Haggerty. Please cast all your electronic votes. All votes are in. We have 2 in favor, two in favor, and 3 opposed. I'd like to make a motion. I recommend, my recommendations, I move to approve the YISD instructional calendar for the 2026-2027 school year as presented.
On this motion, I would like to thank everybody. You know, change doesn't usually happen all at once. It comes in increments. This was something I brought up about a year ago, and now we're seeing it happen. We will not be coming to school the Monday after Easter. 109,000 plus whatever the substitute is. That's great savings. This is a great move. And, you know, maybe next calendar year we can reconsider after probably seeing the negative response we're going to get. We can do the Super Bowl next time, and maybe even also consider the day after Halloween. That would be being strategical and using common sense for a fiscally responsible decision. So I will vote yes for this because it's a win there. And thank you for, Dr. Chacon, thank you so much for your work on this. I know you spent hours, we spent a lot of time on the phone and in-person meetings, and though I didn't get everything I wanted, we got this. This is a big win. Families are going to be super thrilled to see this on their calendar, so thank you. and thank my colleagues who are supporting this calendar change.
I'd like to say something real quick. You know, first of all, I respect everybody's decision here, obviously. I'd like to thank Dr. Chacon, Dr. De La Torre, everybody that put all the effort into this calendar. I ended up calling Jeff over there, and we had discussion. And I truly value that. But I did my job too. And my total aspect of this is the human element. I see our teachers. I see our principals. They work, excuse my language, they work their asses off. And they do a great job. And when they finally getting their vacation to go into August, it's just a moment where they feel like they got their time to regenerate their batteries so they can come and teach our kids that we love and they take care of. Especially when we send them, they're the ones there for them. And it was very important to me that they get, even if it's one day, that makes a huge difference to our teachers. I know that because my wife is a teacher. I know that because a ton of my friends are teachers, and I see the work. And that's why I made this decision. So I just want to say thank you to our teachers for all the hard work. I know some of them did want the Super Bowl, but the majority I asked wanted that extra day in summer. And that's all I got to say. So thank you. Thank you for everybody to put the work in it.
I have a quick comment also.
Yes.
I'm especially happy that Mr. Rivera is in attendance because what you just saw when I first came on the board did not happen. There was no exchange of ideas like that. Yes, there were some passionate things that were said, but also everybody stayed respectful. At the end of the board meeting, we all still get along really well, and that's not something that happened when I first came on, and it's not something that happens in other districts. And the fact that we are able to include our union representatives for the district, we're able to include administrators, that we're able to include regular teachers and principals, and we're not restricted on who we can talk to. It's something very unique and very Ysleta. And I think that's what I really want to get at is as aggressive as that may have looked, as aggressive as maybe it looked when I was speaking with Ms. Moy, and I apologize if I came off aggressive, it comes from a sense of passion and of duty for the students and for the teachers, period. Trustee Hernandez was speaking his opinions and his thoughts from that standpoint that I'm doing what's best for the district and for students. Trustee Dwyer, all the trustees, it's very obvious that students are your main focus, teachers are your main focus, and that's not always the case in other boards because I've been a part of them, and it's very difficult to get things accomplished. And I'm very happy that this board is what it is and that we have the ability to reach out to experts like we can, the brain trust that's in this room. So thank you guys, and thank you. And Mr. Rivera, soon you'll be a part of something that's much better than any other board you've ever been a part of, I can tell you that.
Thank you, Trustee Haggerty. Let's move on to number 3, solicitation of 226. No, we did. I already called it. I just finished it. Yeah, I did. I called it. It's done. There. Okay, sorry. I thought I did. Sorry about that. It's been a long day, so thank you everybody for hanging in there. We're almost to the finish line. So we have 4 in favor and 1 opposed. On to action item number 3, solicitation of 226001 RFP E-rate 2026 network electronic miscellaneous equipment. May I have electronic motion? have a motion by trustee Woodruff.
I move that we approve award of YSD solicitation number 226001 RFP with United Data Technologies as shown on solicitation documents for E-rate 2026 network electronics miscellaneous equipment during the period of July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027 for a not-to-exceed amount of $665,000 for the possibility of 3 one-year extensions contingent upon final negotiations, in-house counsel review, and Form 1295 Certificate of Interested Parties.
I have a second by trustee Dwyer. Please cast your electronic votes. Results are in. 3 in favor, 2 opposed. On to action item number 4, solicitation of 226002 RFP E-rate 2026 Campus UPS. May I have electronic motion? I have a motion by trustee Haggerty.
Mr. President, I move to approve award of YSD solicitation 226002 RFP with United Data Technologies as shown on solicitation documents for E-rate 2026 Campus UPS during the period of July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027 for a not to exceed annual amount of $342,000 with the possibility of 3 one-year extensions contingent upon final negotiations, in-house counsel review, and Form 1295 Certificate of Interested Parties, and subject to receipt of E-rate funding.
Thank you, trustee Haggerty. I have a second by trustee Dwyer. Please cast all your electronic votes. Results are in. I have 5 in favor, none opposed. On to action item number 5, solicitation of 226003 RFP E-rate 2026 NGFW maintenance and support. May I have electronic motion?
I had a question.
Yes.
Sir, in your presentation, you mentioned E-rate cannot be used for non-educational servers, but there was a specific term. It was like non-educational or something, and it included office software, some type of hardware, and then it was.
Yeah, that's correct.
So can we use it for servers that run educational software?
No, cannot be used for an end device. No. Cannot.
But a server is not an end device.
Servers.
And it specifically stated non-educational or not for. I forget the exact term that you had on your slide. But it was a term that made it sound like if it was for educational purposes or running educational software, then we could use that money for that.
It was for office, administrative office type of software. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it said Office software. It said something else. And then the third thing was a specific type of server or a server for a specific.
Yeah, servers are not E-rate eligible. Maybe it was non-instructional uses. Is that what you're saying?
So if it was for instructional purposes, could we get?
No. Software and servers are not E-rate eligible.
That was my question. Thank you.
Yep, sure.
Okay, we voting on something?
No motion. I have a motion by trustee Dwyer.
I move to approve award of YISD solicitation number 226003 RFP with Kaliski Security as shown on solicitation documents for E-rate 2026 NGFW maintenance and support during the period of July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2029 for a not to exceed amount of $876,000 with the possibility of 1-year extension contingent upon final negotiations, in-house counsel, review, and Form 1295, certificate of interest parties, and subject to receipt of ERIT funding.
I have a second by trustee Woodruff. Please cast all electronic votes. I have 3 in favor, 2 opposed. On to action item solicitation 226005 RFP, E-rate 2026, fiber upgrade school closets. May I have an electronic motion? I have a motion by trustee Woodruff.
Mr. President, I move to approve award of YISD solicitation number 226005 RFP with Garcom Inc. as shown on solicitation documents for E-rate 2026 fiber upgrade school closets during the period of July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027 for a not to exceed annual amount of $841,000 with the possibility of 3 1-year extensions contingent upon final negotiations, in-house counsel review, and Form 1295 certificate of interested parties, and subject to receipt of E-rate funding.
I have a second by trustee Dwyer. Please cast all electronic votes. I have 3 in favor and 2 opposed. I just want to know that we just violated a policy. We're going past 11, so I don't think anybody's watching. We went over.
Yep.
May I have a...
I thought it was
Wait,
funny.
Jordan? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's asleep over there.
So moved.
Media adjourned.